are absent from the chambers.
Where's my sergeant?
Perhaps we need to do a call of the sergeants first.
Senator Gardner.
Senator.
Maybe I'm just going to leave.
Just trying to save you a fine.
Leave. I might just leave.
Oh. Can you hear the chimes?
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Bridges,
Go.
Buckner, Coleman,
Let's do this.
Cook,
He's cooking. Cook.
Coram,
Waiting just to make that point.
Danielson,
Good afternoon.
Donovan, Fields,
All I'm doing is moving the bill. I'm going to say, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move whatever this bill is, J amendment.
just keep going.
I just,
Gardner. Do I mark her excused or absent?
you got to give Brother Gardner the vote in support of it on appropriations.
Janal,
If you can,
Gonzalez,
I think we can get our bill back.
Hanson,
Yeah.
Henriksen, Heisey, Holbert, Hawkes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Coker, Lee, Liston, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Rodriguez. Okay. Scott.
Here.
Simpson. Smallwood. Sonnenberg. Winter. Woodward. Zenzinger. Just go back and. Okay. Fields. Heisey.
I'm not quite sure.
Lee.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cindy.
Wait, Heisey, Hawkins, Patterson, Rodriguez, Winter.
No.
Yeah, well, just to know what to do. No. Pedersen. Here. Yep. Heisey, Huckus, Lewis, Rodriguez, Winter.
That wind out there. Take a picture quick.
Is that what we've been doing? Hey, Holbert. Chris. You know where Heisey is?
I saw him go across the street, literally. I can text him.
We could raise it. And I could add them after she does the community reports. So I can take that. No benefit.
Are we waiting?
It's just a message.
When you get clarity, let me know. This is micro focus clarity.
Stories coming in.
Brian, would you call Randy and see if Heisey's over there?
He was here about 15 minutes
I'll
ago.
call him real quick.
All right.
That was a while ago.
Who else? Winter and Roger's on his way. Who'd you just call?
That's okay, bye-bye.
So Rodriguez is here, so. Okay. It'll be fine. Winter Hawkins Lewis.
Rodriguez.
Base will be on Tuesday.
Got her? Right.
I'll call her.
Okay. Are we close?
We're almost there.
Yeah, you just got her.
Her phone's off.
I'm calling her.
Winter.
Let's just go. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
Motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it and the call is raised. Will the clerk please add Senator Story to the roll? Message from the House.
The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bill 1212 amended as printed in House Journal April 1st, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bills 1014, 1154, 1241, 1263, 1268, and 1274, amended as printed in House Journal April 5th, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes House Bill 1298 and 1299.
Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment House Bill 1298 and 1299 without comment as amended House Bill 1014, 1154, 1212, 1241, 1263, 1268, and 1274.
Signing of bills.
April 5th, 2022, the President has signed House Bill 1245, 1252, 1275, 1286, Senate Bill 105, 137, and 152.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up House Bills 1222, 1330, 1331, 1332, 1335, 1336, 1337, excuse me, not 1337, apologies, 1342, 1264, and Senate Bill 156 on special orders consent calendar at the hour of 12:30 p.m. Colleagues, again, I did not mean to list 1337. That the request has been that be taken off of consent. So we will make a special orders motion here shortly for regular special orders second reading.
The motion is that the Senate take up House Bills 1222, 1330, 1331, 1332, 1335, 1336, 1342, 1264, and Senate Bill 156 at the hour of 12:30. This requires a two-thirds majority. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills previously listed on special orders consent at the hour of 12:30.
No, because it was just a call. You're fine, right? Good? Yeah, no, you don't need to. Yeah. You got them on the roll, right? Yeah.
Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Bridges will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Senator Moreno. Will the clerk please read? You're right. Will the clerk please read all of the bills on the special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
House Bill 1222, Representative Tipper, Senators Holbert and Rodriguez concerning marijuana responsible vendor training. House Bill 1330, Representative McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Hansen and Rankin concerning suspending the requirement for a 5-year appropriation for an act that causes a net increase in imprisonment. House Bill 1331, Representatives Harrod and Ransom, Senators Zenzinger and Rankin concerning supplemental funding for facility schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1332, Representatives McCluskey and Harrod, Senators Hansen and Rankin concerning the Office of Economic Development and International Trade's permissible uses of money transferred from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund to the Colorado Economic Development Fund for use in rural Colorado. House Bill 1335, Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Hansen and Rankin concerning a transfer from the Revenue Loss Restoration Cash Fund to the Judicial Department Information Technology Cash Fund. House Bill 1336, Representative McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Hansen and Zenzinger concerning the streamlining of the processing of certain money collected by the Judicial Department. House Bill 1342, Senators Harrod and Ransom, Representatives Harrod and Ransom, Senator Hansen and Rankin concerning the requirement that interest and income derived from the deposit and investment of federal funds that the state received from the Federal Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund be credited to the State Emergency Reserve Cash Fund. House Bill 1264, Representatives Valdez D. and Woodrow, Senators Moreno and Woodward concerning updating references to the Federal Food and Drug Administration and the health insurance law. And Senate Bill 156, Senators Coker and Fenberg, Representatives Amabile and Young concerning placing limitations on prepaid inpatient health plans in connection therewith, removing prior authorization for outpatient psychotherapy and limiting when a prepaid inpatient health plan can retroactively recover provider payments.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on the second reading consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1222, House Bill 1330, House Bill 1331, House Bill 1332, House Bill 1335, House Bill 1336, House Bill 1342, House Bill 1264, and Senate Bill 156 and the associated Health and Human Services Committee report.
Is there any discussion of the Health and Human Services Committee report for Senate Bill 156? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of that report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That report is adopted. Is there any discussion of any of the bills on the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of those bills. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Those bills are adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 156 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1222, 1332, 1335, 1330, 1331, 1336, 1342, and 1264 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
Motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote
Just jumping.
of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 156 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1222, 1332, 1335, 1330, 1331, 1336, 1342, 1264, passed on second reading and order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up House Bill 1329, House Bill 1333, House Bill 1334, House Bill 1338, House Bill 1339, House Bill 1340, House Bill 1341, House Bill 1343, House Bill 1337, and Senate Bill 184 on special orders second reading of bills at the hour of 12:36 p.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up House Bills 1329, 1333, 1334, 1338, 1339, 1340, 1341, 1343, 1337, and Senate Bill 184 on special orders at the hour of 12:36 p.m. This requires a two-thirds majority. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills listed on special orders at the hour of 12:36 p.m. Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Bridges will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed for all, including members of staff, sergeants, press. All those who would like to remove their coats should feel welcome to remove their coats.
All those up in here? Ooh, it's time for the,
All those up in here. Up in here. Will the clerk please read the title, the Senate bill, or House Bill 1329?
House Bill 1329, Representatives McCluskey Representative McCluskey, Senator Hansen, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, except as otherwise noted.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Members, I move House Bill 1329 on second reading.
Is there any discussion?
How are we doing the amendments?
So, just so everyone knows, we are not seeing none.
Not doing any amendments?
Nope. Ding, 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 ding.
There's no amendment at my desk, and I didn't see anyone's hand up for discussion. So,
All those in favor?
I think we're just going to adopt this thing. Anyone? No. There's got to be so many amendments coming. Senator Hansen, do you run
Thank
through
you,
what
Mr.
you
Chair. I am
propose the process for
anticipating,
this is?
anticipating a number of amendments, and to allow my colleagues to get those to the desk, let me start with just a few introductory remarks as we begin our debate. And Mr. Chair, I realize I need to also move the Appropriations Committee report.
That is appropriate. Is there any discussion of the Appropriations Committee report?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. And members, as we get started, let me just start by asking for approval of the Appropriations Committee report. And then we can move into our debate on the full bill. Because, to be clear, as per normal, we stripped off all the House amendments.
Yes. Well, I can't see anyone who would object to that, Senator Hansen. Is there any further discussion of the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes overwhelmingly have it. The House amendments are stripped, and that report is adopted.
Yes.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, everyone, for the approval of the Appropriations Committee report. Probably the most important decision, second most important decision of the day. I just wanted to offer a few contextual remarks, opening remarks as we begin this important debate. Colleagues, before you is an historic budget. It is a budget that shows the strength of Colorado's recovery. It also shows the way that we have responded to this moment. The moral obligations, the economic obligations, the ability of the General Assembly and the state government to respond to the needs of the state of Colorado. And I believe we have done that with House Bill 1329. I look forward to the robust debate today, but I would ask folks to take a look at the overview that's been provided on the long bill packet. I want to point out a couple of important factors. Today we're going to be discussing in detail, in some cases line by line, individual appropriations for individual programs. But if you zoom all the way out, I think it's important to take stock of how good a financial position the state of Colorado is in right now. We are proposing an historically high 15% statutory reserve as part of this long bill package. That is approximately $2 billion in reserves so that we are ready for what comes next. There are lots of positive signs in the economy, but there are some downside risks. We know that. We need to be prepared, and I believe this budget leaves us in a very strong position for whatever may come next in the economic forecast. The other thing to point out is that we also have a very healthy emergency reserve set aside that is all liquid assets. It doesn't involve any state capital buildings as part of that emergency reserve. So we are ready, again, for what may come next. That adds $500 million to our reserve situation. In addition to that, we have $385 million set aside for future para payments. We have $300 million set aside in the state education fund in this budget, and $110 million in our construction continuing maintenance fund. All of which adds another $800 million to our overall reserve situation. That's $3.3 billion set aside so that we are ready for whatever comes next. Whatever storm clouds might be on the horizon, we have not only delivered a budget that meets this moment, but it also prepares us for the next moments, even if there's some downside risk. So I think that's an important part of our discussion today. I think we are in a strong position, and this budget reflects it, but it also funnels, appropriates resources to the most urgent needs in the state. And I look forward to this debate, look forward to this discussion. It is the most important action we will take this year. And I'll now yield the floor to my colleagues from the Joint Budget Committee.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. I've got a few bills I think might be more important, but I take your point. Senator Rankin.
Just a quick comment, because I'll have more to say on thirds, of course, tomorrow when we wrap it up. We do have historic reserves, but we also have historic spending, particularly when we view the budget in light of the one-time monies that came from COVID, the ARPA funding monies, the infrastructure bill that's still coming along. So I think that we should acknowledge that this budget this year is very unusual. We are taking on significant commitments of work to be done. We believe that we have used your priorities in the budget. We believe that it reflects the needs of Californians and builds toward the future. So I just want to echo Vice Chair of the committee's sentiments, and once again, thank the Budget Committee, as I always do, for the bipartisan teamwork experience that the Budget Committee offers. So thank you.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just also would like to highlight two areas that are very important to me that I think the Joint Budget Committee did really well in this year, and that's higher education and education. We did not increase the percentage amount all that much, except that education is the largest component of our budget. So even a small percent increase represents a very large figure. And so some of the things that we did this year is that we dropped the budget stabilization factor down to almost essentially the lowest amount since its inception. And in addition to that, we added an additional $80 million for special education students this year, which is also significant. And more importantly, we're prepared to carry these increases forward next year without creating a budget deficit, which was really important to us, by making sure that we are stabilizing our state education fund. And then lastly, higher education really was an area that has been impacted by COVID. We all know the connection of post-secondary education and our workforce needs, and it's really important that we recognize the very specific challenges that are in our institutions of higher education right now. And so we are very pleased that we were able to offer up enough funding so that our colleges and institutions can cover their minimum mandatory expenses this year, as well as continue to do good things. So those are just two areas of the budget that I wanted to highlight this year that I'm particularly proud of, and I hope you all agree. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question, oh, there we go. Amendment number 1. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 1?
Amendment 1 by
Senator
Senator
Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 1. I assume that's going to be the protocol today, or do you want the J number, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Senator Sonnenberg. We will be moving these with reference to the numbers listed in the top right. Go ahead and move amendment number in the top right, not the LLS number, which just gets confusing. So, to Amendment 1, Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and in case you didn't catch it, I did move amendment number 1. And members, this is the amendment that passed in the House that puts some money through the Department of Agriculture for leadership programs. We do this on somewhat a regular basis when we have some ability to do so. I would urge your aye vote on this as well. As you know as well as I do, agriculture and the development of leaders in that industry is vitally important. Ask for your aye vote.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to thank Senator Sonnenberg for his continued attention to this program in and outside of the Capitol. I was fortunate I did not say the good senator from Sterling, so I should be fined.
Forgiven.
Thank you. The good senator from Sterling, for his continued attention to this program in and outside of the Capitol. I was fortunate enough this past month to actually visit with the students and leaders that are in this program, and walking through that room with the good senator from Sterling was a moment I will not soon forget. The impact that he has had in this arena and with these young adults is really meaningful for these young leaders to be able to connect with a leader such as Senator Sonnenberg. But regardless of his association with the program, I hope that people will still support it. It is a chance for us to continue to build people going into ag, which we are seeing fewer and fewer young people go into ag, which is a scary prospect when these are lifelong careers on farms that have been held for generations. So ask for your support of Amendment 1. Thank you, colleagues.
Senator Hansen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And as we begin here on the First Amendment, you can imagine in a moment I will be asking for a no vote, as I will for each of these amendments. I also wanted to let everyone know that the conference committee looks forward to evaluating our work product today as we finish this amendment discussion. But on amendment number 1, this is, I have no doubt, a very important and worthwhile investment. What I would just share with all the members, though, is that as we consider the different ideas brought before us today in this amendment packet, we do have a legislative set-aside of $40 million in this budget. We do, for ongoing expenses, we have a separate set-aside of $900 million for one-time expenses out of general fund, and that amendments that pull from general fund, either on an ongoing or one-time basis, would be competing with all of the ideas that are in those buckets. So please do keep that in mind as we consider each of these ideas. And with that, I would ask for a no vote on amendment number 1.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Just for future reference, we are all aware you will ask for a no vote on all of these. Don't feel like you have to say it every single time. Seeing no further discussion on Amendment 1, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 1. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read Amendment 2?
Amendment 2, Senators Coleman and Heisey, amend the Appropriations Committee report dated April 5th, 2022, page 1, strike lines.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you.
Senator Heisey. I didn't see a hand.
His hand went up.
Oh, this is got to hold it up till I call him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Coat on.
I move amendment number 2.
To the amendment. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, amendment number 2 addresses the Community Revitalization Fund that was established with the passage of Senate Bill 252. It's a bipartisan bill that passed out of the Senate 34-0-1. This program funds projects across the state, including Wonderbound and Denver's Home for Literacy in District 33. Other projects include James Place Project in Salida, Colorado, Art Space in Colorado Springs, and the East Street School Cultural Center. As of March 1st, the initial $65 million of funding for the Community Revitalization Grant Program has been entirely depleted, and the Community Revitalization Grant Program funded 34 diverse development projects. 2/3 are in rural communities. 3/4 support historically marginalized populations. 2/3 incorporate a housing component totaling nearly 400 units of housing. All projects contain energy-efficient features, and projects range from expanded permanent homes for community cultural hubs, renovations for treasured historic assets, creative workforce housing, new local art centers, and developments that incorporate new commercial ventures, social services, and amenities. And this is funding that we are seeking from the American Rescue Plan Act. We ask for an aye vote.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since my since my good friend from Denver took all my talking points, I'm going to talk about the St. Cloud Hotel in Canyon City. They were a recipient of these funds. It has historical significance. It actually was moved from a mining town to Main Street in Canyon City, and it is a wonderful poster child of the types of good things that can happen to communities with these funds. Lahontan and Walsenburg have also been beneficiaries. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'll just remind you that we already went through an ERDF prioritization process, and this would circumvent that process. And so we respectfully ask for a no vote on this today. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of amendment number 2. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Seeing no further discussion. No.
This will definitely change my mind.
Senator Sonnenberg, is there an amendment at the desk? We have an amendment at the desk, L00 or L3, amendment number 3. Will the clerk please read the amendment L3?
Amendment 3 by Senator Sonnenberg.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. This amendment is a $75,000 investment in nutrition for our children and a small investment in our agricultural community as well. One of the things we have found through our multiple efforts to provide nutritious meals to our youth is that ounce for ounce, dollar for dollar, the costliest nutrition item is protein, and that protein is often left out from nutritious meals provided, and this program seeks to help shorten that gap a little bit by providing beef sticks to children who are in our Healthy Meals programs, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Sonnenberg, would you like to move the amendment for us? Senator Sonnenberg?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 3. And just to add to what my good friend from Pueblo has said, many of you benefited from this during Ag Week. This is a program through the livestock industry as well as Colorado State University. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Zenzinger.
Yes, members, I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the vote is for the motion is the adoption of Amendment 3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Will the clerk? There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 4?
Amendment 4, Senator Sonnenberg and Janal, amend the Appropriations Committee report dated April 5th, 2022, page 2, strike lines 1 through 6.
Senator Janal, would you? Senator Janal. Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 4.
The amendment.
And this is taking $100,000 out of the general fund for Colorado State University system, higher education for the Ag Next climate change program, which is basically leading the way up there at CSU for animal health and ecosystems to help agriculture and have a safe, secure, and nutritious food supply. And they're working in conjunction with producers and industry and finding real-time solutions for sustainability in animal agriculture. I ask for my co-prime to come up and say a few.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to my colleague from Larimer County for helping me with this. The interesting part about this is as technology changes in agriculture so quickly, This program helps farmers and ranchers learn how to do carbon sequestration, those type of practices, and study how those affect their bottom line as well as the climate itself. I know you don't hear me talk much on the positive side of climate change, but as agriculture moves forward as being the #1 industry to protect our environment, this helps them do that. Ask for your aye vote.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And folks, I think we just made some news together. We have a climate-related amendment from the good senator from Sterling. I hope the press was able to catch that, because I stand here a touch surprised, but encouraged by the amendment. However, I think this amendment might be headed in just slightly the wrong direction, given that we already have funded the Ag Next program, and there is another bill working its way through the system, Senate Bill 138, that provides significantly more support for this work. I couldn't agree more that the climate change issue and agriculture needs a significant more attention in Colorado, because we have a huge opportunity to improve the environment and reduce emissions. And I believe our ag producers are going to come out of this in a very much a win-win sort of situation. So I would encourage us to consider the funding that's been allocated and proposed in Senate Bill 138, the Ag Next program itself already funded. And I really appreciate the new news that we were able to generate here during the long bill debate. Thank you to the good senator from Sterling.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of amendment number 4. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Would the clerk please read amendment number 5?
Amendment number
Senator
5.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 5 to 1329.
The amendment. It's a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we've spoken a lot this legislative session about the importance of supporting our young people in their moments of crisis, and ensuring that we as a state are providing appropriate responses, particularly to those young people most at need. Whether we're talking about systems involved young people, whether we're talking about juvenile justice involved young people and their families. And that's why I'm bringing forward Amendment 5 for your consideration. Collaborative management programs are a place where the Department of Human Services works alongside counties and works alongside local partners, whether we're talking about school districts, mental health centers, probation departments, juvenile courts, health and hospital authorities, to ensure that we are doing the work as a state to provide preventative services and to help young people and their families navigate complex systems while we're in, whether we're talking about child welfare, juvenile justice, education, or mental health. This has proven to be an incredibly useful and beneficial program. And when it was first instituted in 2004, it has now grown, and the last time that this program received a general fund increase was in 2015. At that time, there were 23 counties who are participating. There are now 49 counties, and in 22-23 fiscal year, there will be actually 51 counties participating. We're grateful to our Joint Budget Committee members for having appropriated an additional $500,000 to the CMP. But this amendment would allocate an additional $2 million to this incredibly useful and beneficial program, because recognizing that that the number of counties who participate in this has more than doubled, and also recognizing the many young people and families across the state who would benefit from this supervision and support, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 5 to House Bill 1329. Thank you.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, all good points by the senator from Denver, and we do not disagree. However, the full appropriation is already $4.5 million. The Joint Budget Committee, we put in an additional $500,000 this year, which represented a 10% increase already. And this additional $2 million on top of it would represent a 44.4% increase. And we just feel as if that is not doable this year, but recognizing very valuable program, which is why we increased it already 10% in the existing budget. Thank you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. This program is an excellent program that is basically, it's in statute, called the Collaborative Management Program. It starts with counties partnering with all of the folks that the good senator from Denver mentioned. The purpose of this is prevention, is to ensure that our children are not entering into the child welfare services programs, so that we reach them at an earlier point, and that we bring the community together who provides wraparound services, again, to ensure that we are preventing children from entering into the child welfare services. If we can do that with a child who is less than 5 years of age, it's of great benefit to the community, not to mention the huge benefit it is to that child. So I stand in support of this amendment. I understand that it's funded at $4.5 million. I can tell you that the increase in the number of counties that are participating, the number of community partners that participate in this, that's not enough. I can tell you that from personal experience. So again, we have an increase to 51 counties. Hopefully, as we keep moving on this, because if there's enough funds in there, the counties who aren't able to participate, especially down in the San Luis Valley area, will be able to have funds that they can run a program that sufficiently works to, again, provide wraparound services to these children, extremely important, so that we keep them out of the child welfare services programs.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of Amendment Number 5. Thank you to the good senator from Denver. A lot of what the senator from Weld County highlighted really does apply to the San Luis Valley as well, and the San Luis Valley Joint Interagency Oversight Group is a great example of how this system works really well and provides really positive outcomes in that prevention space. So couldn't be more supportive of Amendment Number 5.
Is there any further discussion? The motion is for the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. If somebody could come up and teach us how that works, I would greatly appreciate that. Will the clerk, there's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 6?
Amendment number 6, Senators Gonzalez and Coleman, amend the appropriations committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 6 to 1329.
That's proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, Tony Gramps Youth Services was formed after the summer of '93 in response to growing violence and substance abuse among Colorado's kids. It is one of the only state funding sources for local organizations that provide prevention, intervention, and education for children, youth, and families. And TGYS is designed to support communities and youth during hard times, especially times like we just went through and are still currently going through with COVID-19, also school shootings, to provide resources to help build communities back stronger. There are 91 programs, 72 organizations that are anticipated to serve more than 50,000 Colorado children, youth, and family this year. This amendment will add $3 million to Tony Gramps' grant program, which will provide TGYS with funding that ensures the most qualified grantees can deliver services to young people and families, and we ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise along with the good senator from Green Valley Ranch in support of Amendment 6. You all just heard me speak previously about the ways that we can support justice-involved youth. And in that same vein of prevention, let us support as a state the organizations who do the amazing work of lifting up young people and providing them with positive avenues before they become systems involved in the first place. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 6 to House Bill 1329.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would encourage an aye vote. I think this is a great program. We started out this morning by saying how well we're doing in Colorado, how much we've been able to expand the budget. Yet, sometimes we fail to budget the things that are necessary. I think this is a great program. It ends up costing about $60 per child. Take two to dinner, you'll spend more than $60. This is a good investment for Colorado. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was a little concerned when we had two city senators down here presenting this bill that you'd all get the idea that this was all for the urban folks, but it does wonderful things in the rural areas. If you ever have the opportunity to visit some of these programs, do that. You'll meet the kids and you'll see how valuable it is. Urge an aye vote.
Is Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is a really good series of after-school and youth services programs. I can assure you that every year Joint Budget Committee takes this funding very seriously, and we add funds to it every year. It currently has a $10.3 million base. So we believe we responded to the request this year, as we always do. So in the interest of priorities and balancing the budget, we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of amendment number 6. All those in favor say aye. Aye. No. The amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read amendment number 7?
Amendment number 7 by Senator
Senator
Winter.
Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 7.
To the amendment. Senator Winter.
Thank you. This is $1 million allocation to the Eviction Legal Defense Fund. This is not about allowing people to stay in their homes against the law. This is actually just making sure that we have fair access to the judicial process. In Denver right now, 90% of landlords, when they go to a proceeding for eviction, have representation, whereas only 3% of tenants have representation. That's not equal access to our judicial system, so this helps provide equal access, and I urge a yes vote.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, part of us being strong leaders in the community and good representatives of our Senate district is feeling the pulse of what's going on in our neck of the woods and understanding how things in society are changing and shifting. As a lifelong Colorado resident, when I was a kid, homeless population was, usually relegated to downtown Denver and maybe the Platte River Valley or so on and so forth. As someone who has enjoyed going on many bike rides in recent years, the homeless issue has moved all throughout open space in the Front Range, as far as I can tell. There was even a case in Brighton around Highway 7 and 85 a few years ago where a homeless camp caught on fire. This is a stone's throw, honestly, from the Weld County line. And in particular, my wife and I, after we work out in the mornings, about a week or so ago, we usually park near the place we get coffee. And out in the middle, and granted, this is in the new north part of Commerce City, out in the middle of a prairie dog field with no trees, no facilities, was someone sleeping in a sleeping bag with their items they had in a bag. So granted, homelessness is also tied to addiction issues, which we work so fervently to address down here. But this amendment will also help those in the margins that the choice between homelessness and working something out and figuring out how to stay in their place in these times of really exploding values for real estate, I really would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this would be a 166% increase in this fund. So here's the way, on your behalf, the Joint Budget Committee considers these programs. Obviously a need, obviously something that it would be good to fund as much as we can. However, we passed a bill last year, Senate Bill 284, evidence-based budgeting. So when we consider on your behalf any increase to any program, we ask the question, what measurement is there? What can we justify that kind of growth for? And believe me, this does occur on every one of these considerations. So this has a $600,000 base now. We felt that it was adequate, and by the way, there are a lot of other sources of this kind of support. Municipalities have support. There are tons of nonprofits who work in this arena. So it's very difficult to know how much is actually spent on this issue, but our consideration was that this base and what we've added in the last 2-3 years, because we've added a little bit as we went along, is adequate for the state's portion of funding for this important issue. We ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the adoption of amendment number 7. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and amendment 7 is adopted. Will the clerk please read amendment number 8?
Amendment number 8,
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 8.
To the amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This amendment would restore the House Amendment 18. It adds $500,000 to CASA, which many of us are familiar with. They do amazing work in representing kids in particular situations that require a lawyer with the Judicial Department. We've been familiar with them for years, and they're really respected, especially in my community. And I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. CASA is an extremely important program, and it has grown by 16% in the number of volunteers it has in the last couple of years, and the cases have increased in severity to more broken bones, hospitalizations, and we are requiring additional background checks. So to make sure that we are covering the increase in need, the increase in number of volunteers, the increase in background checks, and the increase in severity, I urge yes vote.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And members, I completely agree with the sponsors here. CASA is a super important part of Colorado and of the work we do in our court system to support children that are in a case or in the middle of adjudication. In fact, my wife used to volunteer with CASA, so I'm very familiar with the great work that they do. I would just point out here that we have in the long bill in front of you $1.55 million already allocated for support for CASA. This would be a more than 30% increase in 1 year. As per normal, we try to look carefully at all the different needs that come in, evaluate where the highest priority items are, and of course there are many things we're trying to balance. And so with that, I would ask for a no vote on amendment number 8.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 8? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 8. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment number 9?
Amendment 9 by Senators Quorum and Rodriguez.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment 9.
Is there any discussion?
Nope.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to carry this amendment with the good senator. It's a very, very important issue because we have some very intelligent entrepreneurs. We all know about Amendment 64, the regulation of hemp and all of that. Hemp is regulated at 0.03%. Otherwise, it is considered marijuana. So what they have been able to do through technology and science, they've taken that 0.03% THC and created something that is 10%. 10% THC will get you intoxicated. The problem is, if you're of a certain age, you can buy marijuana. The problem here is there is no age limit. A 10-year-old can go into a convenience store and buy a solution that is 10% THC. And frankly, as the old country saying, get higher than a kite. And when you get high, it leads to tragedy. It can cause death. Listening this morning on the news, emergency room doctors talking about the number of small children coming in that have been exposed to edibles such as these products. It's a very dangerous program. We need regulation, and we need it now. Thank you.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To add on to my good colleague, that is my first time carrying an amendment with you. It's an honor, sir. Yeah, this bill, it gives enforcement to the AGs for an unregulated substance. Like I said, this can be sold online. It's marketed as a CBD product, but they literally list THC on the bottling and the packaging, that it's Delta 9 THC, which they can order online. There's no age restrictions and no access, so I urge a no vote. This bill also passed in the House with I urge a yes vote on this amendment. It passed 44, it had 44 aye votes in the House.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Had long discussion about this topic last year on a couple of bills, but want to rise in strong support of Amendment 9. If you don't know these things about cannabis, I really encourage you to learn these things about cannabis. Cannabis is a plant that has at least 144 different cannabinoids. Cannabinoids, think of them like Lego building blocks. There's 144 different cannabinoids. That might be why cannabis is referred to as cannabis, because it contains cannabinoids. Technology today can take that cannabis material and separate out all 144 different building blocks. Each of those 144 different cannabinoids. Our regulation of marijuana is based on one of those 144 cannabinoids, Delta 9 THC. Now, traditionally, Delta 9 THC is the one cannabinoid that we've known can cause a psychoactive effect, a high. We call cannabis hemp when it has no more than 0.03% dry weight Delta 9 THC. We do not classify hemp based on how much Delta 8 or Delta 10 THC it might have. These products can be made from Deltas 8 and 10, and guess what? We don't have law that prevents the concentration of those two cannabinoids. This point I made on House Bill 1317 last year, and we have this big gaping hole in the regulation of cannabinoids. And this amendment would help start to plug that gap. During our caucus meeting, a member of our caucus asked, well, if we don't have laws specific to Delta 8 and 10, what good would it do to have the Department of Law have this $3 million and try to address the presence of THC, high THC concentrate products that are not regulated, that might be available at a gas station or convenience store, and there's no age restriction on purchase? How would the Department of Law go out and address that? Well, I asked the two representatives of the Department of Law between our caucus meeting before we came back to the floor, and the answer is there are broad authorities at the AG's office, the Department of Law, on consumer protection laws and labeling laws, false advertising. And they are confident that they can use this $3 million to go out into the public and address the presence of these highly concentrated products that are wandering through this great big hole that we have in our state law. Because we're regulating Delta 9 THC, and these products may not contain that. Until recently, we thought Deltas 8 and 10 couldn't get you high, and then they found out when they could separate the cannabinoids and concentrate Delta 8 and concentrate Delta 10, that yes, if you get enough of those cannabinoids in a product, yes, they can get you high. So there is a bill coming, I believe it is yet to be introduced, that will start to address Deltas 8 and 10 specifically, but this $3 million is very important in protecting children, protecting consumers at large who might walk into a gas station or convenience store or some other kind of store and say, oh, look, there's a cannabis product, and I'm not in a dispensary. There's no age restrictions. I'll buy that, and then they find out it does cause a significant high. Ask for an aye vote on Amendment 9, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your patience as I venture into that topic of cannabinoids that I find so fascinating. Ask for an aye vote on 9.
Senator Zenzinger.
So in the interest of flying high, I would like to invite everyone to the Arvada Kite Festival this Sunday, 10 a.m. at the Stinger Sports Complex, and also ask for a no vote.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, there's a sort of a issue or technical problem with the amendment in that there's no money in the marijuana tax cash fund. We separately balance the marijuana tax cash fund. You may not be aware of this, but when we balance the long bill, we also balance the marijuana tax cash fund. You will find an orbital bill, which we'll be taking up later, I believe, which actually puts in statute this year's balancing of the marijuana tax cash fund. So with an amendment like this, you're asking us to go back to that bill, take something else off of the funding from the marijuana tax cash fund and put this on. So just so you're aware of that issue, I'm sure it's probably a valid issue and task for us, but we would need to find another way to fund it, which is always possible.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I truly do understand what you're saying, and I appreciate that. But I'm also aware that we've taken marijuana tax funds and used on products that elsewhere. It's been a slush fund here. And so I hate to cause you a little work, but by golly, we're going to.
We'll see.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 9? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 9. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment number 10?
Amendment number 10 by Senator Donovan, amend the Appropriations Committee report dated April 5, 2022, page 3, strike lines 8 through 12. Purpose restores House Amendment 28J028, which added $1.9 million.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 10.
To Amendment 10. Any discussion? Senator Donovan.
Thank you. This amendment is not apparent on the words on the page, but this amendment would go to support predator livestock interactions that we are seeing up in northwest Colorado, more specifically when wolves are eating dogs and attacking cattle. The voters of Colorado narrowly supported the reintroduction of wolves into the state. In the meantime, we've had a pack of wolves come down, and they are doing remarkably well. But as those wolves in northwestern Colorado are doing remarkably well, the state reintroduction program is not fully up to speed nor fully funded to respond and support those ranchers that are feeling very acutely the will of the majority. So Amendment 10 will take $1.9 million into the Department of Natural Resources to support wolf mitigation, or also phrased as coexistence. Some of these things can look like getting someone out there quickly to remove the carcasses of cattle that have been attacked and killed, or cattle that have been attacked and then having to be put down because they were mortally wounded. Range riders that help kind of monitor what's going on there would also be a funding opportunity. Livestock guardian animals is something that's currently happening on the ground that would be great to expand. We have some burrows up in northwestern Colorado that are quite protective. They're getting used to the climate. And then we can also do things like fencing, light and noise deterrence, and other such things. We're also finding ourselves in a position of, since the wolves have been now are under federal management, that we are going to have additional duties and responsibilities that we did not anticipate that are also not funded. Remember, DNR's funding is restricted in many ways because DNR is funded by folks who hunt and fish. We do have limits on how those dollars can be invested by federal law, and they cannot be used to support wolves because we do not hunt nor do we fish wolves. So I would ask for your support of Amendment 10 to support the majority will of the voters as we work with wolves in the state, but meanwhile support those few people who are feeling the impact of this acutely and losing livestock. If you enjoyed your burger today, that came from the livestock industry, and they would love to continue to have your support.
Senator Rankin.
Well, members, I agree that we will definitely need a good bit more money for the wolf introduction. And some of those have been, those needs have been laid out. I mean, we have to repay farmers for livestock loss. We now have to do the federal requirements. I'll ask for a no vote, but not because I don't think we're going to need the money. I've calculated the cost of a wolf. I think we're up to about between $1.5 to $2 million per wolf. However, the citizens of Colorado have voted to introduce wolves, and I guess that means to pay the price, which I think will equal about $2 million per wolf in another year or two when we add up all this cost. So, although I'll ask for a no vote on spending this money, I would suggest that we take a slightly different approach, and that is that we create a wolf enterprise. It seems that our answer to many things these days is an enterprise, to separately fund a separate function. And by the way, under our law, that is Tabor for budgeting, we're only allowed really to grow the existing government by inflation and population. We really don't have the provision to add totally new things, which we do every year, and wolf is one of those. So if we create an enterprise, how do we fund the enterprise? Well, we could start off with gifts, grants, and donations. That's very popular, and we could have all those folks on the Front Range who voted for it donate gifts, grants, and donations to fund the cost of wolves. And then the next year, since we won't get any gifts, grants, and donations, we could replace that with a general fund appropriation under a pilot program, perhaps. And then we could convert the pilot program to a real program with general fund funding to increase a little bit every year. But more appropriately, what we really should do is run a new ballot initiative for a wolf enterprise. And when we run that, one of the provisions would remove the prohibition that you cannot introduce wolves east of the Continental Divide. And wolverines are coming along too, by the way. So I think Boulder County, Jefferson County are ideal country for introducing wolves, and we should share all of this fine money that we're going to spend on $2 million per wolf. So I urge a no vote.
Senator Sonnenberg.
I should have probably, thank you, Mr. Chair, I probably should have just allowed that vote to happen after that. But the truth is, we need to utilize some of this revenue to be able to mitigate and to implement this properly. I am asking us to vote yes on this amendment to help us mitigate wolves and their future impact here in Colorado. There's a reason that they like livestock, the same reason you liked your lunch.
Is there any further discussion on amendment number 10? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of amendment 10. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it and amendment 10 is adopted. Will the clerk please read amendment number 11?
Amendment number 11 by Senators Janal and Cook, amend appropriation.
Senator Cook.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. We move amendment 11.
Is there any discussion on amendment 11?
You want to go first? Okay.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this does, this came out of the House, the amendment got approved there, and the JBC gave state troopers a 3% increase, and this amendment gives them an additional 3% increase. There is a statute, trooper pay statute, that we are not following. They are underneath the what the law requires for their pay. And so this doesn't bring them up actually to the total under the statute, but it narrows the gap a little bit. And so I would ask for an aye vote to at least that we follow the statute.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also move, what is amendment? What amendment?
11.
Amendment 11, to increase trooper pay by 3%. This amendment, as I believe my good senator from Greeley, Weld County, said that it's not asking for the full funding that that's in the trooper pay statute. And an additional 3% of the salary for troopers is going to improve trooper morale, show that the state values keeping quality state troopers, and helps it become more competitive in the law enforcement arena. You know, we've lost, in the last 5 years, we've had a net loss of over 50 troopers, even after adding 2 classes of cadets currently going through the academy at this point. I strongly support Amendment 11 and ask that you support it too.
Is there any further? Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And members, I really appreciate this amendment being brought before us today. It's a super important discussion. And I think I can speak for my colleagues on the JBC that we're going to take a fresh look at the statutory requirement and make sure we're in the right spot. So I'm very grateful for this conversation. What I would say, though, is I think we need to be very careful about doing sort of spot raises on individual departments, individual classes of employees. We spend a lot of time on this issue across all the departments. When we are aware of and do analysis with our JBC staff in an independent way to look at pay levels, compression levels, other issues that come up in different parts of the workforce, we take those very, very seriously at the JBC and do our best to handle each of those through the budget process. So I want to be very cautious about making individual category changes as long bill amendments, but I certainly commit to the sponsors of the amendment that we'll make sure that we're in compliance with our statutory requirement, and we'll be following up with our JBC staff on this issue that has been raised in Amendment 11, but would ask for your no vote as a long bill amendment.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I appreciate those comments. We're not treating them any separately now than really, well, we are, but we already did that years ago. This body created the trooper pay statute. So they already created a different funding for state troopers years ago. And so what I'm asking now is that we just follow what the statute says and that we live up to our bargain, live up to the state law. And so I would ask for an aye vote, and please don't vote no because you don't want to bite the hand that feeds you.
Is there any further discussion on amendment number 11? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of amendment 11. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Would the clerk please read amendment number 12?
Amendment number 12 by Senator Donovan, amend re-engross bill page 11, line twice expenses and substitute expenses in the item and subtotal column strike 280,706 and substitute 480,706 and in general fund column strike 15,869 and substitute 215,869 adjust effective totals accordingly. Page 13.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 12.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment 12 will put $200,000 under the Department of Agriculture to work on mental health programs in rural Colorado. The need for this money is similar to, I think, many stories that we are hearing, is that the impacts of COVID have been pretty rough on folks, and we've been making targeted investments, and we'll continue to hear bills about making investments in mental health for the rest of the state. This gives, we do think we can do it a different way. What is important about this $200,000 in this directed manner is it is small dollars in the overall discussion of the budget. But what we've learned over the past handful of years before COVID is that we need to talk to ranchers and farmers differently about mental health than how we talk to it generally to other folks. We had another bill this year that raised that concerns of sometimes peace officers need to be supported and talked to differently when it comes to mental health. With rural folks, we're battling against a culture of be tough, be self-efficient, do it on your own, make it on your own, don't ask for help. Asking for help is weakness. The Department of Agriculture, along with some other community partners, have figured out some different ways to give ranchers and farmers support. This program originated out of some really tragic experiences when people were dying by suicide, literally because they couldn't keep the family farm. And in response to what was an unproportional amount of us seeing death by suicide in rural communities, the agricultural department started doing outreach on this. It's been a great program, and this money would keep the program going. They do some things like vouchers. They just do public awareness. They put out resources that have different messaging in it that speak more directly to ranchers and farmers and provide them support. And most recently, the work is expanding into bilingual efforts as well as support for youth. So a great program that deserves your support. I will, just in the spirit of transparency, when this was first brought forth to both caucuses, I believe, this morning, there was concern that the amendment may not have been drafted in a way to point to the authority for the state to have spending. We do believe that actually the footnote is broad enough and that there are programs under the commission that do support mental health directly. So we do believe that the state does have spending authority to implement this amendment. So ask for an aye vote on Amendment 12.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And to the amendment sponsor, I appreciate the explanation. Just one quick question. Is the intention here for ongoing general fund or a one-time appropriation?
Whoops, I'm sorry.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. While she looks that up, what I will tell you is how important this is to agriculture and the ag industry. I don't know if you know this, but rural Colorado and agriculture has a higher rate of suicide than any other part of the state. This industry is in dire straits right now, not because of commodity prices but of the stress levels of trying to make payments when your fuel costs go up 280%, your fertilizer costs go up 300%, your interest rates on your variable rate operating loan goes up, and all of a sudden you don't have enough money to make your land payment or your combine payment or other payments that you may have. This is tough on agriculture. This is tough because many of them think their only way out is to take their own life. Commissioner Don Brown brought awareness to this a number of years ago and continues to push, as well as our current Commissioner Greenberg, on how important mental health and access to mental health for agriculture in rural Colorado is. There's some confusion on what needs to be accomplished here, whether it has to be through another bill or whether we can do this through a budget amendment. But either way, I would argue we need to pass this on the budget amendment. If we need to pass a bill, I'll be in line to help with that bill because this is vitally important to rural Colorado. I would ask us to vote yes to at least put the placeholder there, see where we need to go, and then move on from there. Ask for your aye vote, please.
Senator Corm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I totally agree with the good senator from Sterling. This is real. You know, perhaps it would be more impactful if we brought you the list of names of farmers who have committed suicide since the pandemic of 2019. It is real. It's out there. It's something that we need to be continually funding because it's very difficult because farmers and ranchers, their personalities say, I'm the tough guy. I can handle this on my own. I can do this. But when the stress comes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and it goes on this year, last year, on and on and on. Sometimes reason leaves. And the only answer is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. And they take that. We can afford less. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion. Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, important clarification from the JBC folks. This would be intended to be a one-time investment at this point, and then hopefully someone in this chamber, if this does get approval, will carry this work forward next year and maybe do some more bookend work around clarifying these various programs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You got it. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 12. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 12 is adopted. Will the clerk please read Amendment 13?
Amendment 13 by Senators Colker and Simpson, amend Greengross Bill line 17, page 17, line 3, strike program cost
Senator Simpson.
program.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Amendment 13.
Please move the amendment.
I move Amendment 13.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an amendment that was really driven by a decision item submitted by the Department of Agriculture for really kind of investing in a new industry in the state of Colorado. It's the other side of the hemp discussion, beyond and above and beyond the CBD oil conversation and the THC concentrate conversation we had a little earlier. And for me, it was really about, you know, the real staying power of hemp in the state of Colorado, and it really resides around the fiber and the herd of the product. So we have an abundance of capacity to grow hemp in this state, but what we really lack is the ability to process it for something other than CBD oil. So my good friend, the senator from Centennial, and I have come together to offer this amendment to really help stand this new industry up in Colorado. It has a number of real positive impacts from my perspective, and I've grown hemp for CBD oil in the past to no success at all. But I'm very interested in growing some, again, in that I've grown it well, harvested it well, but processing it was a challenge. So this is an alternative, and again, where I really thought the staying power was, and I think about it, I read it on the internet, so it must be true, but anything made out of plastic can be made with hemp. I think about my farming operation on a daily basis. We feed cows big bales of hay. They're 8 foot by 4 foot by 4 foot. And they have 6 strands of twine around each bale. We'll feed anywhere from 6 to 8 bales a day. That's over 800 feet of twine every day. And I might start feeding, we've been snowed in October, I might start feeding in October and have to feed all the way till 1st of May. That's a big pile of twine. And I am a recycler, so we capture it all and take it and get it recycled, but that's energy consumption. So we can make twine out of hemp fiber, and it would be biodegradable. Actually, the cows could just eat it. Then you could have hemp-infused beef for dinner or hamburgers. Anyway, it has a wonderful environmental impact. I'm also seeking, diversity in the ag industry about this new potential commodity. And then likewise, what really motivated me and got me involved in this conversation is water conservation efforts. I raise an abundance of alfalfa, the most water consumptive use crop we have, and when we raise hemp, I know I can raise it on half the water that I raise my alfalfa crop on. I just haven't been able to sell a hemp product yet, and so I have to continue to raise alfalfa. But this is a wonderful opportunity, and I'll let my good friend, the senator from Centennial, elaborate.
Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the senator from Alamosa. We've been in conversations about the potential for hemp as an alternative to so many different things over the last year. Hemp, to me, I know I live in a suburb, but it is something that I think is good for the environment. It's something that we can help change for the positive, the way we produce items. For example, I have up here some samples of hemp wood. This is wood made strictly out of hemp, and it's pressed. And it can be used in construction. It can be used in flooring. There's some samples up here from flooring. We actually have a company here in Colorado that sells this, but it originates out of Kentucky, and this is an opportunity, I think, for us here in Colorado, since we've been on the forefront of industrial hemp production since 2014. This is something for us to expand the market. States like New York and Missouri have passed hemp processing programs like the one we're proposing here. And yet we are on the verge of being passed by New York and Missouri. I don't want to see New York pass us on an agricultural sector for something that we've been the leader in. This program and what we're asking for comes directly from Senate Bill 21-248 that was passed last year to set up a loan and grant program for assistance in agriculture. We can use that existing program to promote the supply chain of hemp. We have seed, we have stalks, but it's inefficient and costly to transport it over 100 miles to a processing center. Right now, we only have 3 in the state of Colorado. Our processing has to go out of state or out of the country. That's costing us money and costing us jobs here in Colorado. This is a new industry that has been around for decades, right? Hemp use, hundreds of years actually, for what it's been used for, hemp. before we made it illegal. And we can be on the forefront again, providing good jobs and providing new opportunities for agriculture and our farmers. So I encourage an aye vote on this, and feel free to take a look at all this. This is good stuff. This flooring is made non-formaldehyde binder, and with soy. They use soy to bind the hemp. So good for the environment and good for Colorado. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I applaud the wonderful intentions behind this amendment. However, I want to just share with the body kind of the history of this issue over the last few months as we looked at a decision item that was proposed by the governor in his budget that is exactly what you now have in front of you as amendment number 13. And we did not approve that budget request and then asked for a comeback from the department, and we asked them several questions that remain unanswered in Amendment 13. We said, where's the private capital? Where is the grant matching structure that we use in almost every other area? Because the proposal was for the state essentially to build and spend $5 million to build hemp processing facilities. That may be a great thing, and I think there are good arguments for why we need to support hemp processing. But the original proposal had absolutely no structure to it and did not provide any method for private capital and for private risk. And I don't believe it's in the best interest of the state. The JBC didn't believe it was in the best interest of the state for all of that commercial risk to be transferred to the state. Because in the proposal that we had in front of us at the JBC, which is identical to what we have in Amendment 13, it's basically, here's $5 million, do whatever you want to with it. Go build a processing plant if that's what you decide. And there just simply wasn't any structure which we typically would have if we did this in a bill. Think about all of the bills we look at year after year where we're starting a new grant program or a new support program that might be a 10% match, a 20% match of state dollars to incentivize private capital, private risk-taking. That is what is sorely missing here. And it was the feedback that we gave the department when they brought this forward in the first place, and we did not see any change to this proposal when it came back to us for a second look. And now we have Amendment 13, which is, I guess, bite number 3 at the apple, with still no response and no adjustment to answer what I think are very basic questions about how we structure grant programs, how we structure public money going to support industry. We wouldn't accept this at OEdit, and I certainly don't think we should accept it within the Department of Agriculture. There's not enough structure here, even though there might be a very clear case for helping to support this industry. So I urge rejection of Amendment 13.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 13. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and Amendment 13 is lost. Would the clerk please read Amendment number 14?
Amendment number 14, Senator
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 14.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is probably perhaps the most important amendment there is today. I heard the good senator on the JBC from Denver who said we should be funding, that we have a budget that funds our moral obligations. Well, this is a constitutional moral obligation that we have to provide funding for education. We know 58% of third graders are not reading at third grade level. We know 63%, I can hear you. I just want you to know I can hear you.
Decorum. I'm just joking. Please, Senator Kirkmeyer.
We know that 63% of our 8th graders are not at an 8th grade math level. We're falling short. This amendment provides for $503 million, $267,250, general fund monies, state share, to fund the, I almost said the BS factor, to fund the budget stabilization factor. It's an obligation that we have and that we have not kept. This one, within here, it also says that it is there would be a footnote that would specify it's the General Assembly's intent that at least half, $251 million approximately, would be used to increase teacher pay. And I know what several of you are going to say. That's not our job. That we don't get to say educators should get pay raises. That's not us. That we shouldn't use our money to raise teacher pay. First of all, I just want to say it's a footnote that says it would be our intent. Second of all, I would just remind you all that last year, there was this Senate bill, 21-172. Guess what the name of it was? Educator Pay Raise Fund. And it was carried by 4 Democrats, including one of whom was the President Garcia at that time, signed into law on July 7th of 2021. And here's what the Educator Pay Raise Fund said. This act creates the Educator Pay Raise, which consists of money that the General Assembly may appropriate or transfer to the fund. And it requires the Department of Education to distribute any money appropriated from the fund to assist school districts, charter schools, and boards of cooperative services in increasing teacher salaries. It goes on further to say that the act specifies that they have to have a task force, they have to put together the task force has to put together a process that addresses, including requiring that a school district or charter school must at least maintain the level of funding it provides for educator salaries and wages. Sounds to me like we do get involved in educator pay. It's right here. Amazing. And I'm just also going to point out to you all, with regard to Colorado teachers being among the lowest paid educators in the nation, in an article dated August 11th, 2021. So that's pretty darn recent. I'm going to go through this article in a little bit, but before I do that, I'm just going to say, for the last year and a half since I've sat on the Education Committee, the alphabets, that would be CASE, CASB, CEA, and PTA, come in every time. They come in on almost every bill and ask for additional money, all the time. Money with no strings on it. And at the same time, the reason that they tell us they need more money is for teacher pay. So here's the thing. We have data that shows we're one of the lowest paid, we have some of the lowest paid educators in the nation. In fact, analysts from business.org found that teachers in Colorado rank number 49. That would be out of 50, number 49 for teacher pay. Yes. On average, research shows teachers in Colorado make about $57,000 a year, which is 6% approximately less than the average salary in Colorado. We're paying them 6% less. In Denver, they talk about how it's difficult to stay in Denver because they can't afford to live there on that salary. And this is not just a Denver issue. We've heard this issue time and time again in the Education Committee. It's a rural problem, it's a suburban problem, it's a Denver problem, it's a metro problem. Teachers are having a hard time. We're having a hard time retaining teachers because they can't afford to live or stay in their community. Low pay is one of the major reasons why nearly 40% of Colorado educators say they were planning to leave teaching in the near future. Low pay. Right now, Colorado school districts are having an extremely tough time filling their teaching positions. And when we hear from the Colorado Education Association, here's what they say in committee. They are pretty darn sure that there's not one district that doesn't have an open position. Vacancies abound. And furthermore, according again to the business.org folks, Colorado's teachers make nearly 2% less in 2021 than they did in 2020. Now, I can't tell you the number of times I heard in the Education Committee how teachers were totally stressed because of COVID. And yet here we are, they're making less money after they've gone through 2 of the most stressful years ever probably in their teaching careers. And the question that gets presented to us all the time in education was presented in this article. If we have such a great economy, and that we are, this wasn't presented to, I'm adding this on from what I heard this afternoon. But if we have such a great economy, and we are supposed to be funding the most urgent needs in the state, why isn't that money trickling down to our schools? Why isn't it actually supporting our schools? And why aren't we allowed to have funds to increase teacher pay? I enthusiastically ask for an aye vote on Amendment 14. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of Amendment 14. My good colleague from Greeley enumerated great arguments for which I will not repeat, except to say that I've been in the legislature now for a number of years, and we have been struggling, and it's been constantly brought up about taking care of the budget stabilization factor, the so-called BS factor. My good colleague I served with for a number of years, the good representative from Salida, Jim Wilson, spoke very eloquently for years about taking care of the BS factor. So now, for the first time in many years, this year, and actually moving forward, we actually have the money to pay down this multi-million-dollar obligation. And we have the money. We have the money in ARPA funds. We have the money in the reserve funds. We have money tucked away all over in the budget. There's slush funds all over. And it's time now to take care of this obligation that continues to come back and haunt the good people and the good teachers and education. So now this year, and looking forward, since we have the money, this is an investment in the future. We're not earning much money off of it, low interest rates and so forth. So the good senator from Weld County, she's got a great idea, and it's high time that we do something. I urge an aye vote for Amendment 14. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too rise in support of Amendment 14. The amount of money that we owe the 178 school districts was originally called the negative factor. A few years ago, there was a bill passed that changed the label of the negative factor to the budget stabilization factor. And I noted at that time, you realize, of course, bill sponsors, that this will be referred to as the BS factor. And it is, because it is. The General Assembly during the Great Recession didn't have enough money. They did not have, this was before I got here, but they did not have enough money to meet the funding obligation, thorough and uniform funding obligation under Amendment 23. So they created the negative factor. An IOU from the folks in this building out to the folks who lead and manage the 178 school districts in Colorado. When I was elected in 2010, went through orientation, I heard about the negative factor, and my immediate response was that can't possibly be constitutional. Well, apparently our state Supreme Court says, yes, it is. Okay. So we've had an IOU written 13, 14 years ago out to the school districts. And during my 12 years here in the General Assembly, I have been blessed to serve in the majority 6 of those years and the minority 6 of those years. And all 12 of those years, whether I have been in the minority or the majority, I have advocated for us to pay off the negative factor, pay off the budget stabilization factor. This amendment would go a long way to do this. It's $500 million more funding for those 178 school districts. Folks in my party are sometimes accused of not caring enough about teachers and wanting to increase teacher pay. This is evidence that that is not true, and it never has been. $500 million more for 178 school districts, and a footnote, we can't require, I believe it's Article 10, Section 15, if I remember correctly, of the state constitution, that since day one as a state, local school boards shall have authority, power over the instruction in those districts. And courts have held that in order to have the authority over instruction, each school board must also have the authority over its respective budget. Do teachers in Colorado, are they paid with a paycheck from the state of Colorado? No. They're paid with paychecks that come from the school district they work for. Do the buildings that they work in, the school board or school buildings in those districts, belong to the state of Colorado? No. In some states they might be, and in this state they're not. They're property owned and managed by the school board, the school district. So Amendment 14 would send a total of $503 million, $267,250 out to the school districts, and there would be a footnote that we in the General Assembly express our intent that at least half of that, 50%, be used to increase teacher pay. When the General Assembly created the original negative factor, it did not dictate to school boards how they would cut their budgets in order to comply with the reduced amount of money that would come from this building. Our predecessors did not dictate to those school boards how they would adjust their budgets, cut to accommodate the budget stabilization factor, the negative factor, the millions and millions of dollars that we did not send them that year. I think the footnote does not dictate how they would restore that funding, but it certainly expresses our intent that at least half of it should be used to raise teacher pay. That's less than the percentage in the school district that goes for personnel costs, so I think 50% to increase teacher pay is doable. And I'd be curious, are there any of the 178 school districts out there who don't want this money? It's odd when we have this type of amendment that we don't hear from the school districts. That's fascinating. Any of the 178 school boards out there say, no, we don't really want our share of $503,267,250 more over and above what will be in the School Finance Act. I appreciate the sponsor bringing the amendment. I will be a strong yes vote on this. And yes, I realize this would mean JBC would have to go back and rebalance this complex $36, $37, $38 billion budget. But what priority should come before paying off this 13 or 14-year-old debt? The way I manage my household budgets, the way I've managed budgets for employers, the way I've managed my own company budgets is satisfy the debt first. Get rid of the debt. And we have ignored this debt for all 12 years that I've been here. And it's time that we stop ignoring it. We have the opportunity with one simple yes vote to pay off $500 million of that debt. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Wilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Imagine the excitement tomorrow waking up for those of us who still get a newspaper on our driveway before we leave home each morning. I remember when mine used to show up on my driveway each morning, but today it seems that I don't know if it's going to be there before noon or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But imagine the excitement tomorrow morning, the headlines in the newspaper, that the state of Colorado has finally lived up to its obligations. Amendment number 14 by Kirkmeyer and Lundeen would give a pay raise to the teachers of Colorado of almost $5,000. And it could go even higher if the school districts decide to spend the rest of this BS makeup on teacher raises. So to the teachers of Colorado, This vote that Senator Kirkmeyer has presented to us today is a $5,000 raise. If the folks in the school district read the footnote and pass that money on to our teachers. Imagine the headlines when they realize that the legislature has finally lived up to its original promise to fully fund education. That the BS factor is no more. It's a part of Colorado history that we won't revisit again. But really what it comes down to is imagine the headlines if we begin to help our kids catch up from the deficit that they face today. They are so far behind the rest of the world for so many reasons, COVID among them, funding among them, teacher shortages. Those kinds of things can be handled with a simple amendment. This little piece of paper in front of us today, it's a simple yes. Teachers get raises, kids get to catch up, and we get to live up to our obligations. So I'd ask that you take a serious look and think about it, what it will mean tomorrow. Amendment 14 is a fantastic amendment, and I'm so glad you brought it up before us today.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think this may very well be the most important discussion of the day. It's certainly the budget item. It's our biggest budget item after Medicaid, but we actually have control over this one. So it's clearly, by far, the biggest budget over which the legislature has much control. And it's been debated, this issue has been debated ever since I've been here, 8 years on the JBC, and I'm still standing, and it's always debated hotly on how much we can reduce the budget stabilization factor. So this year, we really did have an opportunity to do away with the negative factor. I still call it the negative factor. We really did have that opportunity. And I suspect this conversation and this amendment is to a large degree informed by the fact that, we had that discussion. I've certainly talked about it with my side of the aisle. So let's just go over kind of where we are. 10 years ago, the budget stabilization factor was was about $1 billion. It was about 16%. So we have chipped away at that, not always uniformly, but what we are recommending to the State Finance Act, set aside placeholder, it's not in the budget, but the School Finance Act will incorporate our recommendations, would take the budget stabilization factor down to $321 million, or 3.67%. So we are making progress. However, the debate this year really did give that opportunity. I, for one, argued strongly with my colleagues, and this is a team effort, so, I support where we came down to, but here's the truth is we're putting $840 million aside in the state education fund. That's a reserve that by statute can only be used for K-12 education. That's a reserve. And we're leaving 321 as an unpaid part of the BSF, negative factor. So what's that all about? It's all about risk, because what we are recommending is a multi-year pay down, and over the next year, maybe the year after, there will be no budget stabilization factor. There'll be no negative factor. Now, what's driving that? Several things. One is inflation. The Amendment 21 drives the school budget by inflation and head count, students. At the same time, the Tabor limit also is driven by the same inflation number. But here's what's happening. 3.5 inflation last year, the year we're using, last full year of inflation. So those two numbers are inflated by 3.5%. You know what we got forecasted? 7.2% next year. And after that, dropping back to 3.8. You can't have much confidence in inflation, but at the same time, our teachers are experiencing that 7.2% inflation this year before we fund for that. We fund full year after. We're chasing it a full year after. So those are the discussions that we had. How much risk is there? And there's a ballot measure, by the way, to cap property taxes at either CPI or 3%. What will that effect be? There will be some. It will restrict our ability to fund K-12 because it will reduce that portion that comes from local property taxes. So these are complex issues. We could have chosen, and I think this amendment is telling us that we should choose to take that risk, to pay down the negative factor this year and take a risk on whether or not we have the money to do it next year and the years after, using some of that state education fund and other funds. But I just wanted to really be clear on where we are on this and what we're actually recommending to you, which is a multi-year buy down. And that's a team position, by the way. Now, the other thing I want to talk about on this is this issue of footnoting the long bill, the state share of school funding. That doesn't work. And the only way, in my experience, is you can control what a school district does is to take separate money and set up a grant program. The READ Act, which you all have been very supportive on, my favorite bill in 19. We took $45 million and said, if you want your share of this money, you must teach your teachers to teach reading. It worked because it was separate money. That did not get accomplished by just telling them that you should do it. It's been in the book since 12. Didn't happen. The only way to have control over 178 school districts is separate money from the state share. The senator from Weld County knows and loves local control better than anybody, I'm sure. And this is local control. We do not have control over what 178 school districts spend their money on. So, if you take the teacher pay bill, which I found very curious, was it last year or the year before, that would have to be separate money. That could not go through the budget and reduce the budget stabilization factor. So, sorry to be long-winded about that, but, I think we need to understand where we are on getting rid of that, of the BSF. And perhaps, we can consider some changes to this amendment as we go into conference committee and we can talk about it again.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wow, this one is a very difficult amendment for me to debate. In fact, I had to go check and make sure that I didn't have to take a 17C on this one, seeing as how I'm an educator. But nevertheless, just a couple of points. If we were to move forward with this, unfortunately, this would be essentially one-time money. Because if we did this, we would be creating a budget deficit the following year. And you can't increase teacher salaries on one-time money. They would use this money, they may hire more teachers or increase teacher pay, then it decreases it creates a budget deficit, and then the next year we have to lay them all off or cut their salaries. So it's structurally just doesn't work with our budget. We have to be a little bit more gradual, and we have to anticipate what carrying forward next year will create as far as our budget stability. And so unfortunately, I just don't see it working. That all being said, if it were not constitutional, unconstitutional to begin with. But I also just want to bring out that we did allocate $80 million for special education this year, which is really significant because every dollar that we put towards special education helps relieve a general education dollar. So that actually helps with some of the pressure that we are feeling with regard to the budget stabilization factor. And then my colleague already touched on sort of the history of the BSF. The fact that in 2012, 10 years ago, we were at 16% of total program for the BSF. And then we were working on dropping it. And then obviously COVID struck and it went up to 12.7%, which was over $1 billion. And to go from over $1 billion 2 years ago to 3.6% this year is remarkable. It is incredible. It is a real representation of our values, and I totally get that we are not there, but we want to make sure that whatever we do toward buying down the budget stabilization factor lasts
lasts beyond this year. We don't want to have to turn around and increase it the next year. That is not predictable. That is not what's going to help our districts. So I'm respectfully asking for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just a couple other points to add as we think about Amendment 14, which is really an annual discussion. This is my 6th year here at the Capitol, and this amendment has basically been offered every single year in both chambers. And we all know what's going on, right? It's, hey, let's just take general fund and everybody gets a free lunch and we'll give it to the schools and we'll give them a footnote that has no force of law that will then cause them to magically increase the salaries of their teachers. Everyone in the room knows that that is not reality. Everyone knows that's not feasible. Everyone knows that that would clearly cross the line on local control. But yet we have this amendment every single year. It also calls for a blanket switch of general fund into education with no thought or specificity on what would be cut. What are the hundreds of millions of dollars of things that would need to come out of this long bill? The good senator from El Paso County brought up the term slush funds. Show me. I've been looking for this magical slush fund for years. After many years in the JBC, I still can't find it. Folks, the basic problem here is that we have two giant factors that have contributed to the BS, or the negative factor. Factor one is diminished local share from property taxes. That was caused by Gallagher. Fortunately, the Gallagher Amendment is now out of our Constitution, but we went from 62% of K-12 funding from local share down to less than 40. I think it's at 38% now. Diminished local share means more state backfill, more pressure on the general fund, and we have done our best to rise to that occasion. We're at the highest state share in the history of the state, and we will continue in that direction with this budget. But that is a main contributing factor. The other factor is Tabor. It takes a huge amount of money away from our ability to fund education, from pre-K through K-12 to one of the lowest ratios of higher ed funding in the entire country. That's what's going on. There's no secret slush fund. There's no free lunch here, just shift general fund. We all know what this amendment is because we see it every single year. I urge a no vote on 14.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to quickly address a point that the last speaker made, saying that we cannot increase teacher pay because that would violate local control. There's another part of our Constitution that says we are obligated to create a thorough and uniform system of public education in our state. And to say that we failed to do that may be going too far, but I think year over year we hear more and more from teachers about how they are, statistically speaking, not making even the average wage in a lot of areas. I think we need to take a look at that thorough and uniform part of our Constitution, perhaps a little more than just the local control piece. And so I'm not urging an aye or a no on the amendment. I just want to thank the folks who drafted it for putting a piece in there specifically addressing teacher pay.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just want to be clear that I didn't say we were failing to fund education. I said that our schools are failing our kids, and that is happening. When only 63% of it, when 63% of 8th graders, so that's 37%, only 37% are passing to be able to do 8th grade math. Only 42% can read at a 3rd grade level. I believe that's what I said. If I didn't, I'm correcting it right now. So I think we all understand how budgets work and budget deficits. I think we understand there has to be offsets. I think we all should also understand, and I think we do, that it's our responsibility to set priorities. And so when the good senator from Denver says there's no such thing as a free lunch, I just want to remind you that a bill was passed that offered free lunch to everybody, $119 million. We passed two bills, well, we didn't, but two bills were passed out of the local government committee yesterday that totaled $185 million. And it would basically put the state in the position of being a banker where we would loan money to private developers, or we would loan money to individuals so they could buy their own mobile homes. That's not the role of government. Over the course of this last year, through the budget requests, I've heard from our good senator from Carbondale, who's on the Joint Budget Committee, 4,000 more FTE. So we're growing government all over the place. So again, I think we all know how a budget works. If you're going to increase on one side, you have to decrease on the other side. It's not that hard. Except it does become difficult when you don't prioritize. Education funding is a constitutional requirement that we must provide for a free education for the kids in this state. That's a priority. That's what we should be funding. I've seen bills go through here, 10 million here, 50 million there, 8 million here, 4 million there, 67 million here. I mean, last year, we had stuff going to the community revitalization programs, to all sorts of other programs, economic development programs that should be managed by local control, local governments, that they should be putting their budgets forward first for. Yet here we are, our top priority, which should be our top priority, an education, getting our kids out of poverty, raising them to prosperity, to be able to be productive individuals in our community. That's got to be our number one. It's got to be it. Education funding should be our number one. Wonderful. 10 years ago, it was $1 billion. That's great. Now it's 321. It should be zero. It should be zero. At some point, this body needs to say our priority is education, and we're going to fund it, and we're going to fund it fully. So I urge an aye vote on Amendment 14.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 14. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 14 is adopted. Will the clerk please read Amendment number 15?
Amendment number 15 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Lundin.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment number 15.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I've already stated, public education. Everyone has the right, every child has the right to an education financed at the public expense. That's our Constitution. The method by which that education is delivered should be such that it addresses the uniqueness of each and every child. I'm just going to repeat it again. 58% of our third graders can't read at a third grade level. That's embarrassing. 63% of eighth graders cannot work at an eighth grade math level. That's just wrong. Children have different interests. They have different strengths and different needs. They develop and learn at their own pace. You know, I've talked about COVID in the Education Committee a few times, and I've said this a few times. There is a silver lining when it comes to COVID. And that silver lining is this. Parents have spent the last 2 years in the classroom with their child. They know exactly what their child's challenges are and what their struggles are. They know where their child is succeeding. That's the silver lining. The pandemic, it fundamentally changed, dramatically changed the relationship between parents and children and their education. Parents are more involved now, and they are demanding that they have control over their child's education. I've heard time and time again in the Education Committee how we should be funding the student and not the administration. Parents are continually asking to be able to drive the delivery method, to be more responsive, more accountable to their children's needs. Amendment 15 is asking for $66 million to be used for assisting students and parents with educational expenditures such as tuition or fees at public or non-public schools. cost or fees for home-based educational programs, for tutoring and academic assessments, tuition fees and other costs related to obtaining credentials, costs for special education services or therapies, and costs for enrichment or educational programs. This bill, there was a bill that was brought up by myself and the good senator from Monument that had the Hope Scholarship Fund in it that would have done this, and it was killed in committee. And in that committee, I told this story, and I'm going to tell it here. I now have a 5-year-old grandson who has, and he had it before, he has a speech issue. Apraxia is what it's called. And it's similar to when a person has a stroke, where they have to learn how to speak all over again. They have to learn how to form their mouth, where to place their tongue, how to state vowels. They have to learn how to speak all over again. It's very similar to that in the learning disability that it is, or the learning challenge in that it is. My grandson was 3 when COVID hit. He was in a public school system. And imagine if you're a 3-year-old and you're going through speech therapy with a speech pathologist in a public school system, and they say that your speech pathologist has to wear a mask. So a 3-year-old is sitting there trying to learn how to form words, and the teacher has a mask over their face. My daughter had to take my grandson out of the public school system, not because the teachers were bad, because his needs weren't being met. At 3, you've got to be able to learn how to form your words. And she had to take him and she put him in a private preschool where he had the opportunity to learn, the opportunity to get an education. And you know, we hear a lot about, well, you know, you got to treat everybody a little bit differently here, apparently. We talk about equity and how this would hurt children in low income. I will tell you this. The only parents who can meet their children's needs in the case of like my grandson are those parents who can afford it. That's it. And even the best school districts, they don't meet the needs of every student. This is extremely important. We need to start being able to meet the needs of every student, and it's parents who best make those decisions. These funds can go to public or non-public schools. I urge an aye vote on Amendment 15.
Any further discussion? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually agree with a great deal of what was said by the senator who spoke before me. The challenge that I have with this amendment is that it is a voucher amendment. It takes public money, and that public money can end up in private schools. And that is something I do not support. I voted against repeatedly. However, there is something that accomplishes many of the same goals the previous speaker outlined, and that is a child tax credit. We have $1.8 billion in TABOR refunds this year, and taking some portion of that and doing all of the things, or at least most of the things, that the good senator just spoke about could happen if we take some portion of that and use it as a child tax credit. So I look forward to her support on that potential amendment or bill coming forward potentially later this session. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 15. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment 15 is lost.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 16?
I got to withdraw.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to withdraw Amendment 16 and move 16B.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read 16B?
Amendment 16B.
Senator Quorum. Now would you please move 16B?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, sometimes I have trouble with people reading my mind, perhaps, or maybe I don't say it exactly how I intended to come out. But however, there was an error in communication. I moved 16B. I think I did.
To the amendment. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. So anyway, 16, I asked for $5.5 million set aside for a bill that's setting in approps. And somehow it came out of 5.5% of the reserve, which only came out to about $51.7 million, but it seems to be a workable tool. But anyway, why the need for this 16B? Many of you have been around for a long time, and I've run several bills dealing with school safety, suicide, various things protecting children. I feel the crusty old guy from rural Colorado has a soft heart for kids and is willing to take on anybody that is going to harm our children. And so we had a bill we were very proud of. I ran with the good senator that's on the JBC, that's from Montrose High School, in 2019. Came through education, transportation, and then along came something called COVID. And we lost 25% of our budget. So that, along with several other programs, got delayed. Last year, during this time, we ran an amendment to fund it through a transportation bill that, frankly, I knew didn't meet the title, but it was a message. And that message came out with 35 votes in this chamber. So along this year, we have Senate Bill, that was Senate Bill 52 in 2020. We have Senate Bill 85. It's a much improved version of Senate Bill 52. And, you know, this is the land of unintended consequences, I think. But somehow, Senate Bill 85 ended up in state affairs. And I have a hero here today. The hero is this young man to my right. Because we had excellent testimony. We had people from New Jersey. We had Colorado Transportation. We have support of Colorado Association of School Boards, Colorado Association of School Executives. And the good senator said, we got a problem here. We need to make some amendments to keep this bill alive. And that's exactly what he did. And that brings us to this moment here today, where we have the opportunity to talk about student safety and protecting our children. And I'm so honored that the good senator who saved this bill that day is here in the harness with me today to do the right thing. And the right thing isn't always easy, but it is always right. And with that, I am going to ask for your support for the passage of 16B.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the bill that the good senator from Montrose, it's been said so many times, I should know by now, is discussing in Senate Bill 85 is the bill that ultimately creates the Colorado Safe Student Protection Program in the Colorado Department of Education to award grants and provide a program facilitator to increase student and school bus safety. This is an issue that we're addressing that's going to provide parents with non-cost secure digital notification and information tools, equip school buses with hardware and software that monitor driver behavior to enable communication with first responders, and it funds bus safety training. And this is a bill that we definitely would love your support on. Amendment we'd love your support on in order to fund such a bill into law that's going to make a difference and make an impact. The bill passed or is in appropriations, but it is right now focused on receiving funds from gifts, grants, and donations. but we wanted to see if there's an opportunity for us to get some kind of amendment and funding towards this issue to impact the lives of folks in the state of Colorado, and we ask for an aye vote.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And members, as this amendment really corresponds to Senate Bill 85, which we will be taking up as part of our appropriations decisions post-Long Bill, I think that is the most appropriate venue for us to evaluate the proposal, as our tradition here is to have the appropriation go with and travel with the bill the bill that specifies how the money will be spent. And so, unfortunately, I need to ask for a no vote on 16B for us to continue that process and have that bill go through the regular appropriations after we finish this work.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of 16B. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted.
Will the clerk please read Amendment 17?
Amendment 17 by Senator Gardner, amend Ring Gross Bill Base 94, line 7 in the item subtotal column strike 5,214,846 and substitute 5,124,49, and in the general fund column strike 4,666,930 and
Senator Gardner. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 17.
To the amendment.
Thank you. I will proceed without notes here because I know exactly what it does. This bill moves about $91,000 from the governor's office and residence budget to the Medicaid adult dental program. Now you say, why would you do that, Bob?
Why would you do that, Bob?
And the senator from El Paso County, the not so good one, would say, that happens to be the amount of money that is the additional salary for the lieutenant governor to head the office of saving people money on health care. Now, as I discussed this amendment, a staff member said, you mean you can get paid extra money for all those extra hours you do? And I said, no, you can't. Others take jobs and run for them, and then they get additional money. And that really shouldn't be, and I said it really shouldn't be when we went down that road. And now's the time, if you really want to save people money on health care, you can help Medicaid eligible adults who need dental care, which I understand from the Dental Association is very critical. And $90,000 will actually make a difference for several people there. And we can make a difference. You know, what's really good about this is it won't cost us anything additional to make this change, and you won't need to be paid anything additional to cast this vote. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 17.
Any other discussion on Amendment 17? Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I mean, high marks for creativity, I think, is my starting comment for Amendment 17. Well done to my friend from El Paso County. You know, I think in all seriousness, we took a very hard look at senior dental care and the reimbursement rates for different dental programs. We've recently increased those, et cetera. So unfortunately, I have to come to the conclusion that Amendment 17 is not needed, and I ask for a no vote.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I notice that the argument is that there's already sufficient money in the adult dental program, not that there's $90,000 that ought not be in the governor's budget, but I accept whatever the argument might be. I still request an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption. Amendment number 17. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and 17 is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment number 18?
Amendment number 18 by
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment number 18.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This is really a very simple amendment. It talks about a study. In fact, it's about conducting a feasibility study of small modular nuclear reactors. So, why would we do that? We would do that because it is a fact that we're not going to have 100% reliable energy with the green energy that is available today. However, we can get there with clean energy by embracing nuclear reactors. These are not new to the world. They've been propelling submarines and our other large naval vessels for years, decades in fact. But what we're lacking with our green energy is the base load, the dispatchable base load that we can call on anytime we need it. Not when the wind is blowing or not blowing, not when the sun is shining or not shining, but anytime we need it. And we absolutely have to figure out that 20, 30%, you pick the number, it doesn't matter if it's less than giving us 100% reliable energy, we need something else that will fill in that gap. There are several locations in Colorado. They have the infrastructure, they have the water rights, they have a willing workforce. There is possibly significant data available from other sources, so this pittance amount of money would be enough to pull the resources together, find that data, and compile it for us. Just this year, environmentalists from both parties were here earlier testifying in support of these small nuclear reactors. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a vision for Craig, Colorado, and that is that Craig, Colorado survives because, you know, it in a few years will not survive because the property tax base is collapsing as the coal mine and the power plant shut down. West Virginia has adopted this. They removed all prohibitions for nuclear and are studying actually small modular reactors to replace their coal plants in West Virginia. So, Senator, I really applaud you for bringing this. I know that you are environmentally conscious and you want to transition to sustainable, non-fossil fuel energy, and that the only way to do it is the way you've proposed, to study it first, get on the radar, make those folks who are out there in transition country, so-called just transitions, make it truly just. Let's study every possibility for helping those communities. I wish you had structured this amendment a little bit better so that I could vote for it, but I applaud you. I applaud you for the concept.
Senator Liston.
18. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of Amendment 18. Not only does it make good sense, but I know we're all, in all seriousness, we're all concerned about preserving our natural wildlife. We've already had some discussion on the wolves, but let me tell you another good reason why these small modular reactors, nuclear reactors, make good sense. This is news that's just come out. You know, we are down here, we talk about it all the time of wind and solar. Well, there are costs to wind and solar, and especially on wind as it relates to our wildlife. Recently, just in the last few days, a wind energy company was sentenced to probation in order to pay more than $8 million in fines and restitutions after it was found that they killed 150 eagles, 150 eagles from their wind facilities. NextEra Energy's subsidiary, ESI, has pleaded guilty to 3 counts of violating the Migratory Bird Treaty Act just in the last day or two in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Literally, as we stand here, these wind towers are killing hundreds of eagles and really thousands of birds. The eagles that are protected, migratory eagles, both bald eagles and golden eagles. I won't get into the details, but it amounts to about $29,000 per eagle. And these eagles are being slaughtered every single day by these wind towers. So my question to the body, and I think I know the answer to this, I'll be so bold, how many eagles have been killed by small nuclear reactors? I believe the answer is probably 0. So if you're concerned as I am, and I suspect the good senator from El Paso County is, and probably many of you, about preserving our national bird and golden eagles and bald eagles, I urge you to vote for this, and let's study a good way of providing energy to our citizens. I urge an aye vote on Amendment 18. Thank you.
Senator Hansen. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and what a delight to get to discuss nuclear power with my colleagues here in the State Senate. And I would like to say great persistence on this issue. We, of course, had a bill that came forward on this, was already discussed by Senate committee and was voted on. But if at first you don't succeed, try again. And so here we are back with amendment number 18 for another discussion on nuclear. I'm also really heartened by the intense attention that my friends on the other side of the aisle have put on climate change today. We've had several amendments from our Republican friends on climate. I think that's a great step forward, and certainly is one of the upsides of looking at nuclear technology is there is no carbon dioxide emissions. And so I'm really heartened by that part of this discussion. But I think we need a little bit of a reality check here because as much as I think this technology has a lot of promise and holds potential for the future of our electricity grid and our portfolio, we're in a situation right now where the newest nuclear unit in the United States is near completion in Georgia at the Vogtle site. It's 7-8 years late from the original schedule. It's about $14 billion over the budget that was planned, so it's on its way to $30 billion for 2 nuclear units. And the cost of electricity from those units is going to be about $110 a megawatt hour. $110 per megawatt hour. So if you're interested in saving Coloradans money, that's probably not your best choice right now because wind and solar are coming in at less than $20 per megawatt hour. And if you want to add some batteries onto that to add some storage, put another $3-4 a megawatt hour onto that, and you're still below 25. So for a quarter of the cost, you can have zero fuel, zero maintenance, and storage with wind and solar and batteries. So there's the economic argument, but the real point I want to make on this $100,000 is this is already being done. The Department of Energy has already undertaken this work. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission is already evaluating several designs. And if that process goes smoothly, if they get licensed, which is a big if, there's a long ways to go still, a lot of new technology being brought forward with some of these small reactor designs, then they might be ready for prime time. We've got a couple folks in the western U.S. that have signed up to host the first units out of the gate. That's great. So let's see if it works. No problem with that at all. But I don't think the state of Colorado needs to repeat work that's already being done by the Department of Energy, by other states, and by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And so that being said, I urge a no vote on Amendment 18.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I remember not that long ago, we all celebrated the USS Colorado, a nuclear vessel. So the technology is there. I deal with the Department of Energy on a part-time basis. And I can tell you there's $1 billion set aside for these projects. The problem that we have right now with the project is the normal nuclear reactor that you're talking about is about 3%. These mini nuclear plants are 18 to 20%. Now there's a small plant in Ohio working on nuclear rod production. But you mentioned Mr. Gates and Mr. Buffett's their situation in Wyoming. Right now, the majority of the rods for those are manufactured in Russia. And so I think there's a real interest in the U.S. Department of Energy for these nuclear fuel rods to be manufactured. And they probably will be manufactured somewhere in the Mountain West. The only conventional uranium mill in the nation is 85 miles west of or about 40 miles west of the western Colorado border in Blanding, Utah. So there's a lot of activity going on this. I think it's worthwhile to look at it, and if indeed it does prove to be a viable, which I do believe it will. We've been operating nuclear aircraft and submarines for years and years and years. Am I listening to Whistler's Mother, or what am I hearing back here? Oh, okay. I thought I was getting side music. So anyway, long story short, I think this is worthwhile to look at. And I've supported renewable energy from the time I got here. But we also have to have a unit to protect the base load. Because the wind doesn't always blow, the sun doesn't always shine. And there is hope for battery. I know right now the largest battery in the world is being built. Guess where? China. 800 megawatt vanadium redox battery. It has hope. But frankly, our grid will not sustain, keep retiring base load and hope for the best. We have to have a backup that is instant, and I think that is one of the tools to do it with. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that comparing these utility scale but yet modular nuclear reactors to what is being built in Georgia is like comparing apples to oranges. They're just not the same animal. So I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 18. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it, and 18 is lost.
Is there a quorum?
I'm here.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 19?
Amendment 19 by Senator Winter.
Senator Winder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 19.
To the amendment.
This is $750,000 to make sure that we have prenatal testing for folks that have Medicaid. And it's better health outcomes for mothers and children, and I encourage a yes vote.
Senator Corn, further discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just remind it is for non-invasive prenatal testing that would be covered by your insurance company, but not covered by Medicaid.
Further discussion. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Madam President. I speak in favor, Madam Chair, who should be president someday. I'm speaking in favor of this amendment.
Missed that chance.
Yes. Senator Janet Buckner and Representative Leslie Herod ran two amazing pieces of legislation in 2021. Senate Bill 21-193 and 194. These bills were designed to eliminate disparities in care for all people from pregnancy through 1 year postpartum. Through the process of sponsoring these bills, we learned that we only have just begun to scratch the surface and that there is still much work to be done. One of the things that we have learned is the fact that brown and black mothers in Colorado lack access to the safest and most accurate prenatal screening options available. These screenings are known as non-invasive prenatal testing, NIPT. This allows expectant mothers to identify genetic abnormalities in their babies. Research published in the distinguished New England Journal of Medicine, along with leading medical societies, all agree that this training should be offered as a prenatal screening option to all pregnant people, regardless of their risk factors. And yet, so many of our states, pregnant women continue to lack access and informed consent for these safer and more accurate tests with appropriate counseling before the screening. This can be particularly true for those who receive their health benefits through our state's Medicaid system. Currently, among Colorado mothers who receive Medicaid benefits, nearly half of whom are Black, Hispanic, or Native, only those deemed high risk have access to this test. This kind of disparity is what we aim to address with our new birth equity laws, which were informed by Coloradans, and we want members of our community to continue to inform implementation so that our brown and Black communities will no longer find themselves disproportionately left behind and without access to the best care available. So I am in support of amendment number 19.
Further discussion. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we respectfully ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question to the senators is which exactly type of non-invasive prenatal testing we intend to ask for in the footnote.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 19. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 20?
Amendment 20 by Senator Liston.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Amendment 20.
Is there any discussion? Senator Liston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what this Amendment 20 is, we're in the midst of a affordable housing crisis here in Colorado. That's been referenced many times today, many times over this last session. And in fact, we're all stunned at just the lack of housing, affordable housing, whether it's apartments or single-family homes or duplexes or whatever, because there's a real shortage of it. Quite frankly, we don't have enough people to go out and build these housing units that we need. And as evidence to that, just in today's Gazette-Telegraph, there's an article of just in the El Paso County area, I'm sure it's true all up and down the Front Range and on the western slope, is that housing prices are continue to increase at record high levels. And the reason for that is we don't have people to go out and build them. What Amendment 20 does is it takes a mere $400,000. That's not even a rounding error in the budget a lot of times, a mere $400,000 to encourage good people to get into the construction trades through tuition assistance and special purpose financing and whatnot. We need the plumbers and the carpenters and the draftsmen and everybody to go out there and build these units. Just yesterday in committee we heard a bill that passed for $150 million for a revolving credit loan program to go out and build houses. Well, who's going to do that? They just don't happen by themselves. So we need good people to go out there and build these units. So to get $400,000 to encourage men and women to go out and enter these construction trades that we desperately need makes good sense right now. There's a real shortage of these people. You know, and another thing, to my good colleague from Boulder, and the president, you know, we've seen that devastating fire up there that burned over 1,000 homes. And here it is going on to the 4th month, and it'll be well into the summer before they even get the debris cleared out. Who is going to be able to rebuild those structures? And the answer is right now, hardly anyone, because we don't have the people with the necessary training and skills to go out and build those homes up in Boulder. And that's only 1,000. And we're talking about 2,000 and 3,000 new units a year. So I urge an aye vote to encourage people to get into these construction careers, not jobs. We're encouraging people that they will have the ability to not just have a job, that will have a career that will last them all of their lives, and that the payback for this $400,000, we'll get that back in taxes and revenue in the first 6 months. I urge an aye vote for Amendment 20. Thank you.
Senator Coram?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this. We're in Western Colorado, whether you're talking basically anywhere, you've got the resort communities that are, you know, the average house is $8 to $10 million now. And people are wanting to move to Colorado. People move to Colorado in record numbers in my region, starting in 2020, because they were living in California, they were living in Texas, and COVID brought them to the Rocky Mountain clean air. And so what normally a house is maybe 3 months under construction, we're talking 9 to 12 right now because you can't get the crews. My brother-in-law is a perfect example of what this bill can accomplish. The good senator from Arvada, I believe I got that correct this time.
Oh my God. He can learn.
Would know about the Delta Montrose Vocational College, now called Technical College of the Rockies. I had the opportunity of serving as president of that organization for a while. But he went there, wasn't interested in college. So with his high school education, he went and took classes at the trade school. So today he works for a very large company out of Salt Lake. His projects are very often more than $1 billion. You all probably remember the city center, downtown Salt Lake, $1 billion plus, 35. He was the superintendent on that project. He was selected superintendent of the year in the United States. He has been selected superintendent of the year in Colorado and Wyoming. And I think it's a great program because I think we are doing a disservice in our public education by telling every student that they must go to college and have a degree. And that's not the case. I'm listening to news this morning, about 6 o'clock this morning, and they're talking about the need for construction workers. And starting pay for a laborer in the construction industry here in Denver is over $20 an hour. And overtime, the average construction dollar is $31 an hour. My brother-in-law, who is very successful, has been someone to be proud of. His company is very proud of him. They give him free rein. I was a little disappointed a couple of years ago because his Christmas bonus was $85,000. There is money to be made. There is the need. And this is a good start to put the next generation of what I call the norms on. Thank you.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, a couple of things. If you'll turn to your Joint Budget Committee budget packages, and if you look on page 72, we actually did an expansion of the area technical college programs. We added $1.7 million in order to enhance the funding for our area technical colleges, and in particular for Emily Griffith for Pickens, which does, I think the only automotive program, and then also the Technical College of the Rockies, which is in Delta County. So first, we think that that was a pretty big expansion of the career and technical education. But then secondly, this amendment is directing money toward a particular tuition assistance program that we currently have in the state that goes toward supporting all of our career and technical education students, and trying to pull out and specify just for those that are in the building trades actually doesn't really help tradespeople. And the reason for that is that in order to become a professional journeyman status, professional tradespeople actually have to go through an on-the-job apprenticeship where they earn where they learn, and then the certificate students that from these particular programs that we are talking about do not actually replace or even reach the level of these actual existing apprenticeships. So the training that yields the professional certification happens within the trades themselves. And so the diversion of tradespeople from paid work in the field in order to elevate these that are in the classroom and take away money very specifically for a narrow purpose, rather than the approach that the Joint Budget Committee has taken this year, which is to increase funding for everybody in the technical colleges. It actually does more harm than good. So for those reasons, we would respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam President, Madam Chair. Well, with all due respect to the good senator from Arvada, I appreciate what she's saying, but I've heard repeatedly from the people in the trades area, the Associated General Contractors and others, that they need to get people in the pipeline. They need to get them in these trade schools. They need to encourage them, and you do that with the tuition assistance and getting out there in the field. We can't, or they can't, they will tell you all the time that they're in desperate need of finding these people, and $400,000 is a mere pittance. And in all candor, colleagues, we have the money. It's been talked about in our reserve fund. We have $2 billion plus. We have set-asides for programs like this of $40 million. We have the ARPA funds of $700 to $800 million, whatever it may be. I'm not sure the exact figure. We have the money. We're talking about a mere $400,000 to get people into these good careers, not just jobs. So once again, I respectfully ask for an aye vote on Amendment 20. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment 20. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam President. And I too rise in support of this amendment. When I'm back in my district, no matter what event I'm attending, no matter when I meet with folks, the lack of people who are qualified to work in the trades it's hindering not only families being able to find a place to live, but also just being able to repair the places that they do live in. The ability to repair vehicles. Over and over again, this body sends money to what it finds as a priority, and many times that's things like higher ed and colleges and universities. And one of the areas that we over and over again ignore, the party that gets the shaft of those, is those students who decide to pursue the study of the trades. So I appreciate that this amendment was brought up today. I think it shows, as the good senator from Colorado Springs mentioned, it shows that we know that we have millions and in fact billions of dollars to spend, and I think by showing that we have that we care about this particular issue and put it as a priority and spend a few dollars on their behalf, I think that's the appropriate role for this process. So I'm glad that we're giving this amendment a chance, and I'm excited to see this amendment passed today.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment 20. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 21?
Amendment 21 by Senator
Coram.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 21.
Is there any discussion? Senator Coram.
Thank you. This is a situation that where we're taking $2 million from higher ed. University of Colorado has been working on these programs to education of the use of marijuana, and frankly, I don't think we're doing a good job, so I'm transferring it over to Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment and see if we can get better results.
Further discussion, Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 21. It seems to be maybe some confusion as people have considered the amendment. House Bill 1317 last year did allocate funding for research conducted at the University of Colorado. And some might be under the impression that just $2 million is that funding, and it isn't. This $2 million would be separate and distinct from that funding. And for those who are concerned about the effect of recreational or adult use marijuana and medical marijuana in Colorado, might be wondering, why are you not seeing public service announcements? Why are you not seeing marketing programs to help young people or pregnant women, others, to understand the effects of using marijuana? Because leading into COVID, there was a substantial decrease in funding. I believe the total was about $3.7 million. Funding about $950,000 was left in the program to pay for 2 FTEs and a minimal amount of marketing. So people have asked, where's the marketing program? Where's the education program? Well, we effectively defunded that. This amendment proposes to take $2 million that is coming out of the marijuana cash fund and to CU, which is different than the funding provided under 1317 for research on high potency products. This is different. And the amendment would put that money into the Department of Public Health and Environment, which is where the marijuana education program is established. So if you're wondering, where has that been for the past 2 years, it wasn't funded, which is why we need Amendment 21 to refund it. And if anyone argues that it would take $2 million out of the research that was required to happen under 1317, that's different money. It's not this $2 million. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion, Senator Hansen on Amendment 21.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And members, on Amendment 21, just to share a little bit of the detail that played out as we considered this item as a decision item from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. This did come forward as a request. For those of you less familiar with the process of the JBC, we typically get those requests in November from the governor. We then evaluate those with our staff. We have a chance to talk to the department directly. We then make an initial decision on each of those decision items. And then if the department doesn't like the result of that first evaluation, we have what's called a comeback process. So we get another bite at the apple. The department gets to make their case again. And that's exactly what happened on this item. And one of the things we asked for right out of the gate from CDPHE was to help us understand how the previous spending in this line item, which has been in the order of several $1 million per year, how effective has that been? How many people have they reached? How much impact did it have on the different metrics that they were keeping track of? And what we got back was a very unsatisfactory set of data on the efficacy of the spending within CDPHE. And so that is why we decided not to increase that line item. Instead, we kept it level. So what you have in the long bill is level compared to last year. And instead, we took a smaller amount, $2 million, and appropriated it to the CU, Public Health School, to do similar work based on their latest research. And so that was the decision that we made at JBC. We're now seeing Amendment 21, which is essentially, I guess, the third department comeback. So, happy to have this conversation again. But again, we have no data on the efficacy of the spend at CDPHE. That was what we asked for going all the way back to the initial stages of this conversation. And so hopefully with that extra background, that will help give you some context from where this amendment is coming from. And with that, I strongly urge a no vote on Amendment 21.
Further discussion, Senator Priola on Amendment 21.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I also rise in opposition of Amendment 21 for many of the same perspectives that the good senator from Denver has. I think it's clear that CDPHE, which as far as my understanding goes, actually gave back $2 million in prior years because they didn't spend it. And it seems to me that there is a chilling effect coming from the administration that thinks there aren't addictive qualities to marijuana. And I don't think that this department would spend the money to actually educate on the proper science, which, as we know from 1317 last year, is going to use medical and scientific methods to do quality research, and then education will flow from that. So I don't think this is the best area to spend the money, and I also have issues with the fact that it will even be spent in the intent of the as the amendment intends. So I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of L21. If we are going to regulate these products, let's make sure that all products, whether we're talking about hot hemp, whether we're talking about THC, that all of the products are safe. We've heard in this chamber and in our committees wanting to ensure that we are regulating products like Kratom. So to me, this is part and parcel of making sure that all of the products are safe and effective, and I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Amendment 21. Senator Rankin. And a request for Diet Coke from the chair.
I just quickly want to punctuate what was said before, Madam President. Thank you. We passed a bill last year, Senate Bill 284, called evidence-based budgeting. And, we ask what you're going to measure and when you're going to give us the results. This program's been around for a few years. We've asked the question. Get used to it. We're going to bring you things that sound good, but which we have no evidence of whether they work or not. So the lowest level we have is theory informed. That means somebody thinks it's a good idea. That's where we are on this program. So we have no real incentive or evidence that we should increase funding or, in some viewpoint, mine, even continue it. So we get used to it. We're going to talk to you about evidence on everything.
Further discussion on Amendment 21. The motion is the adoption of Amendment 21. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment fails. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 22?
Amendment 22 by Senator Gonzalez.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 22 to 1329.
Further discussion on Amendment 22. And Senator Gonzalez, I'm having a hard time hearing you. I don't know if anyone else is.
Same thing. I was just like moving the mics because, the other folks who are speaking I'm not as tall as they are. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Thank you, Senator Gonzalez.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 22 appropriates $500,000 to the Immigration Legal Defense Fund in the Department of Labor and Employment. We know that oftentimes immigrant Coloradans, when they find themselves before the immigration court, approximately 70% of those individuals are don't have the resources to hire an attorney and don't have an attorney when they're going through the immigration court process. A lot of those folks actually do qualify for some form of immigration relief, but immigration laws are hard and complicated, and we should ensure that those folks have the representation that they need in order to be able to preserve or obtain their immigration status. What we have seen through the program that was initially established in law, I believe last year, is a lot of success. 70% of the funds go to individuals who are detained, 30% goes to folks who are non-detained, and 2/3 of these dollars would go directly to rural Colorado areas. And so because this is such a great benefit for individuals who often find themselves without other resources to be able to vindicate their rights before the immigration court, I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Amendment 22. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of Amendment 22. Immigrants are one of the founding strengths of our nation, especially in these times. I think that working through the legal process is especially difficult when you're dealing with immigration. My father's family immigrated from Italy in like the 1890s to Adams County. My mother's side of the family immigrated to South Dakota in about the 1890s. And furthermore, thinking of modern news stories, we think of immigration now as like a Latin American issue as it relates to the United States, but there are many folks coming from Ukraine now that are fleeing for their lives, and they might also need help navigating the immigration process to make a new life in this country. I ask for an aye vote on 22.
Further discussion. Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is a 506% increase in this fund. So you ask yourself, is there demand? I mean, do we have evidence that points to demand? Well, there probably is. This is a growing demand since we have quite a few immigrants coming into the country right now. But here's the way discussion goes on this is who else is doing it? I mean, there are individual nonprofits doing this. Cities have programs, counties have programs. There are all sorts of people in this space. So what should the state's share of support to this issue be? That's really the question. And do we have the grounds to increase it by 506%? We didn't think so, so I'd urge a no vote.
Further discussion on Amendment 22. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Carbondale for his questions. I would say that there is a worthwhile conversation to be had about scale and impact. And the grantees of the first year of the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund have been able to demonstrate that they are able to advise people and able to really help them navigate the immigration court process in a way that is far more cost-effective than hiring private counsel. We also know that certainly across the state, this legislature in years past has worked to stop notario abuse and has worked to ensure that people are not hiring fake lawyers. Notarios are widely known as folks who hold themselves out in the immigrant community as holding legal expertise, when in fact, a notary public, as we all may be aware of and understand, basically has to take a class online. And so I do ask for an aye vote for this amendment, and thank you, Senator, for the questions.
Further discussion on Amendment 22. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 22. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Oh, the ayes have it. And that amendment is adopted. The amendment on the desk, we have an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment 23?
Amendment 23 by Senator Woodward and Member Gross Bill, page 292.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam President. I move amendment number 23.
Further discussion, Senator Woodward.
Thank you. So I'm glad that I was able to interrupt her so quickly, because this is a rather technical amendment. I know that some of you are disappointed that this amendment does not go far enough. Over the last couple of years, we have seen the unemployment insurance tax fund be drained of all of the savings, and we've gone into further debt. By way of background, pre-COVID, we had $1 billion in the trust fund. By August of 2020, we had spent every dime that we had saved, and currently we have well over $1 billion in debt to the federal government. That's a debt that we must pay back. So Amendment 23, between this amendment and what's been proposed in the budget, fully repays the federal government and leaves just a little bit of fudge room just to make sure that we have that paid back. So there's some conversation. For those of you who have read ahead, Senate Bill 66 was introduced very early in the session. We're anxious for that bill to see the light of day so that we can have this discussion. But Amendment 23 really goes part way to getting us back to fiscal solvency in the unemployment trust fund. And don't be deceived by a target in your mind that we need to get back to $1 billion. Just because we had $1 billion pre-COVID, good senator from Denver who serves on this committee has pointed out that even the $1 billion is not fully funding the unemployment tax fund. That full funding is somewhere just shy of $2 billion. So that's the number we get to if we really want to have a fiscally sound unemployment trust fund. So the bill before you today simply asks us to prioritize and spend about $500 million to come at least partway to returning us to some fiscal solvency.
Further discussion, Senator Hansen.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and members, just a few points to share on Amendment 23. The Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, UITF, is a standalone enterprise and therefore not connected to the general fund in any way, and is an insurance program that is supported by premium payments. So it's not a tax, not a fee, it's not the unemployment tax fund. I just want to be very clear about the structure that we're talking about here. The amendment, I think I really just wanted to ask a question, because if I'm reading the amendment correctly, I believe the amendment is calling for a transfer of $500 million of general fund. So again, with the backdrop that it's an enterprise supported by insurance premiums, would love to hear from the sponsor why general fund would be appropriate, and what things would he like to cut to cover the $500 million transfer?
Further discussion? Senator, please.
Thank you, Madam President. So the good senator from Denver is correct. This is currently in an enterprise, and historically, it was set up to be funded by insurance premiums, so that when employers had employees who found themselves unemployed, those those workers would be able to continue to get some sort of paycheck to help them through the week, through the day. What happened during the COVID, I'll call it pandemic, was no fault of employers, but instead it was a decision made by us, by the legislature, by the governor, and by local public health officials that ultimately resulted in people being out of work. It was through no fault of the employers. So what this amendment does is it puts that responsibility for those decisions that were made really by us and by other government officials, to put that burden back on our backs. So I appreciate the comments, and I understand that it's an awkward conversation about the source and payment of those funds, but ultimately I think that this shows that we made those decisions. We don't want to leave small business with the burdens of the decisions we made, and some of which came from a virus over which those employers had no control.
Senator Liston on Amendment 23.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of Amendment 23. The good senator from Denver referenced that this is an insurance trust fund, and it is, but the people premium that are going to be paying it are the businesses. They are going to see, if you see on your pay stubs now, there's the SAED and AED and so forth. Those are the unemployment insurance trust fund premiums that not only do the employees pay, but the employers match that and then some. And I don't have the exact figures because I didn't realize this amendment was coming up until today. But I do know that most employers and companies that have to pay, they are looking and staring at seeing a huge increase in their premium payments to replenish the UITF trust fund. So simply what a good senator from Larimer County is attempting to do is, while the state has a lot of extra money through windfalls we've gotten from the federal government and a better economy and so forth, is let's relieve some of that pressure that is going to be put on the backs of employers, because they're the ones that are, and the employees, that are ultimately going to see their UITF premiums increase very dramatically in the coming years. So I applaud the senator for attempting to do something so it's not just borne solely on the backs of employers. I urge an aye vote for Amendment 23.
Further discussion, Senator Hansen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple additional points that may be useful for the body. We are currently evaluating a proposal to use $600 million of ARPA funds to address solvency issues within the UITF. That is a proposal that is likely to see evaluation here as soon as we finish the long bill. And I think that's really where we need to focus our efforts. It would be unprecedented to use general fund for this enterprise. I think much more appropriate would be a discussion about the one-time federal funds. And unfortunately, I didn't hear an answer from the sponsor on which $500 million worth of things he would like to cut. Because if we take this from the general fund, we will have to make $500 million in cuts. So should we take that out of K-12? Should we take that out of Medicaid? Should we take that out of the Department of Corrections? That would be the result of Amendment 23, and I strongly urge a no vote.
Further discussion, Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam President, and I appreciate the question. When you serve on the JBC, you know well that you have to make some choices. Every dollar that you spend on a policy, on a project, is a dollar you can't spend elsewhere. So I understand the JBC has looked at and made some hard cuts. There's some spending that is that I wish was happening to folks that I know have very good causes that need some funding that the JBC has chosen not to fund. Those cuts, of course, come at a price. And what I'm asking the body to do as a whole is put $500 million into a priority, and that is to take care of folks who end up on unemployment at the next downturn. And number two, make sure it doesn't fall on the backs of employers. So we have plenty of room in the budget that I would be happy to sit down and ultimately, if this stays on the budget and work towards some cuts of some of those programs that we've heard about from the well today. So thank you for your aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment 23. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 24?
Amendment 24 by Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam President. I move amendment number 24.
Discussion, Senator Woodward.
I'll keep this matter a little more brief. This bill may look familiar.
Thank you. The motion is the adoption of Senate.
Yeah.
The chair will fine the President Pro Tem $5 for that snark. Senator Woodward, Amendment 24.
Okay. Obviously, there's a need for some discussion, so get your jacket off. It's gonna be a while. Not really. So, Amendment number 24 really looks at Amendment 23 and says, if there's not room, if there's not an appetite to perhaps prioritize the unemployment insurance trust fund to the extent of $500 million, at least we can put $100 million toward it as a gesture to make sure that we get that fund paid back. If you look at the latest numbers coming out of CDLE, there is a chance that between the budget we have passed today, the monies that we're saving up through some good news that we've seen recently in unemployment, there is a chance that by November 10th, we'll come close to paying off the debt to the feds. And if we do pay that off by November 10th, we won't begin to have some of those penalties, some of those FUTA penalties that will kick in on every employer. So that November 10th is a pretty important date. Obviously, once this body adjourns in just a few weeks, we probably won't see each other again until the new year. And the danger is if we leave and if we leave and this body does not come back together, there's a chance that if there is an economic downturn, we could miss those payments, and in fact, the debt could stay in place, and in which case every employer out there would be subject to the FUTA tax penalties. So what the $100 million does is really just offers a gesture to make sure that we get that debt paid off through everything that's in the budget thus far.
Further discussion, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the second round here to talk about UITF, because I share the sponsor's concern on the FUTA tax credits. That is front and center in our discussions about using ARPA dollars to try to keep those costs for employers at a sustainable level. I couldn't agree more, and that's a very active part of our discussion. The solvency surcharges that we took off the books for 2022, that is certainly part of our discussion about how to look at calendar year 2023. So lots of great policy options that we have, but again, I would implore the body not to use general fund and to transfer from the other important areas like education to cover an enterprise debt. And so I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on 24. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 24. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost.
And we have an amendment at the desk. Please read Amendment 25.
Amendment 25 by Senator Simpson, amend re-engross bill, page 292.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respectfully withdraw Amendment 25.
Amendment 25 is withdrawn.
Respectfully accept.
And we have another amendment at the desk. Please read Amendment 26.
Amendment 26 by Senator Lee, amend re-engross bill, page 317, line 13 in the item in subtotal column, strike 500,000 and substitute 1.4 million in the general fund column, strike 350,000 and strike substitute 800,000, and in the reapportionment fund.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J090, number 26.
To the amendment. Senator Lee.
Thank you. Colleagues, I move this amendment for $450,000 to the District Attorney's cash fund so that they can fund the offices of the primarily rural district attorneys so that they can provide staff for weekend hearings for people who are in jail and now have to have a hearing within 48 hours, a bail hearing. And we established this cash fund, but it didn't get pursued through the process sufficiently. One quarter was funded, the balance of the year of $450,000 was not funded. It's critical that we provide this money to the DA cash fund so that the local district attorney offices can apply for grants so that they can staff their offices on the weekends. This is an important component of criminal justice reform. I ask for your support.
Is there further discussion on Amendment 26? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, colleagues, as the Senator from El Paso County indicated, this is important. We have about, for an annual cost of this program, this really what this is a requirement to meet constitutional standards for holding bail hearings within 48 hours. It's about a $600,000 a year statewide issue. We only by, to be tactful, oversight appropriated $150,000. We need another $450,000. And it's important that we pass this amendment. I do believe that the conference committee is going to be taking a good hard look at how we get there and so forth. I urge your aye vote today on Amendment 26 to give the conference committee the opportunity to search the couch cushions, the cushions around your chairs to find this money. It might be over in a corner or in a filing cabinet, but they'll find it somewhere. I'm glad that it is them and not me, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment as well. Last year, year before, this chamber, the other chamber, we all passed a bill that required bond hearings within 48 hours because I think we all agree and believe that people should not be held in jail until they receive a bond hearing. And I mean, that's a fundamental right. And part of the agreement was that we would fund the DAs because a lot of these DAs don't have the money to come in on weekends. And the victim advocates don't have time or don't have the money to come in on weekends because they might have to cost, it increases their budget. So their agreement was struck with the DAs to say, look, we will fund the program if you go to neutral on the bill, and they did. And I think we just need to live up to our end of the deal on that by funding these rural DAs so that they don't have to increase their budget. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We definitely see the value of this program. Unfortunately, it just wasn't brought up in any way during any of our budget discussions, so we ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 26? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 26. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment 26 is adopted. We have an amendment before us. Senator Donovan, Amendment 27. Please read the title to Amendment 27.
Amendment 27 by Senator Donovan.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 27 is on backcountry search and rescue, and I just wanted to quickly read, if you did a Google News search, the news articles that come up on recent for Colorado search and rescue is, get wild while search and rescue is free in Colorado. A missing hiker on Bar Trail is found alive after spending 2 nights. Hiker passes away before Fremont Search and Rescue arrives on trail. Search and rescue team investigates if anybody was caught in an avalanche. And it goes on and on. Colorado nonprofit has been cultivating avalanche rescue dogs for decades. And then the last Steamboat Pilot, heroes, every one of them. I couldn't describe it better myself of what these search and rescue volunteers do for the state of Colorado. That all being said, this amendment was pulled because I thought that because we were in the process of moving the program from the Department of Local Affairs to the Department of Natural Resources, and that we had a real gap in our funding, that the best route was an amendment. Upon further discussion, it seems like the best route for funding will be the existing bill, so I'm going to withdraw Amendment 27.
And Amendment 27 is withdrawn. We have another amendment at the desk. Please read the title to Amendment 28.
Amendment 28 by Senator Fenberg, amend gross bill, page 473, line 7 in the item and subtotal column, strike 7,342,500 and substitute 10,342,500, and in the general fund column, strike 7,342,500 and substitute 10,342,500. Adjust effective totals accordingly. Purpose adds $3 million general fund to the Department of Public Safety for aviation resources in the Division of Fire Prevention and Control.
Thank you for reading that while we're looking for discussion on Amendment 28.
Senatorial 5? Would you like to give him the senatorial 5? He is the president. He's the president.
Senatorial 5. I request a senatorial 5.
We will take a senatorial 5. Committee's back. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Amendment 28 to the end of the amendment package.
Amendment 28 will be laid over until the end of the amendment package. We do have an amendment on the desk, Amendment 29. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Fenberg has withdrawn Amendment 29.
And we have another amendment on the desk. Please read the title to Amendment 30.
Woodward.
Senator Woodward.
So we're on 30, so you're going to withdraw that one?
I decided not to move it. So.
Senator, please read the title to Amendment 30.
Amendment 30 by Senator Woodward.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to withdraw Amendment 30 and introduce Amendment 30B.
All right. We have an amendment before us, Amendment 30B. Please read the title to Amendment 30B.
Amendment 30B by Senator Woodward, amend gross bill, page 516,
Senator
after
Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 30B.
To the amendment, Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason you see a B at the tail end of this is, like the good senator from wherever quorum's from, Montrose. Sorry, I'm breathing hard. Like the good senator in front of me, I wanted to make sure that we had the most accurate information so that when you cast your vote, it makes the most sense. I've been working with a number of folks, including Department of Revenue and my co-sponsor on a related bill on both sides, and have been able to convince the Department of Revenue to take a closer look at how the implementation of a Senate bill might happen. So what you have in front of you today is you're trying to compare the 30 that you were going to vote on before. This makes it a little easier to vote yes. That's because we drop the cost of it to simply $1.4 million. The simplest way to look at this amendment and what it's trying to do is there is a bill that, again, is sort of languishing and stuck in appropriations, and we'll probably see it come out of appropriations soon. But I wanted to make sure that we had some of that conversation today. It's important enough that I didn't want to take a chance that we didn't have the money set aside ahead of time. So Amendment 30B addresses something called, I'll refer to as the SALT limitation. SALT means state and local tax limitation that individuals will see on their individual income tax return. The SALT limitations were put into place by one of our former presidents and former Congresses, if that's the correct term. And what that did is it limited states who had income tax and perhaps higher income tax. It prevented those individuals in those states from deducting all of the taxes they paid. The state of Colorado has been heavily hit by these unemployment, by these SALT tax limitations. As a matter of fact, last year we had a bipartisan support to support a bill that begins on January 1st of 22. From that point forward, the people of Colorado no longer have a disadvantage to the people in other states. We don't pay a higher federal tax here than they pay in the other states. However, because that bill was passed so late in session, and to bring everybody on board quickly, we eliminated the retroactive aspects of that bill. That meant we were unable to allow individuals in the state to look back to 2018, 19, 20, and 21 to amend their tax returns to take advantage of this tax benefit. Now that we've had a full year to take a look at how it's going to be implemented, Department of Revenue has some procedures and forms coming out, and they're ready to handle that. I worked with the first floor and folks on both sides of the aisle to make sure that this SALT bill allows really small business owners to take advantage of eliminating those SALT limitations. So what this bill in front of you does today is asks you to invest $1.4 million of our budget, and in return, we will see something between 400 and 600 times that much money coming back into the state. Perhaps one of the best ROIs that you'll see. Not only that, is that investment after this $1.4 million that we spend, the millions of dollars that will start rolling back into the state through refunds are all federal tax refunds. So those won't impact our state budget whatsoever until those small business owners start spending that money. So if they get $1 billion back, maybe even $1.5 billion back from a bill like this, that money begins to churn throughout our economy. And I think that the state of Colorado will be better off, and the state budget will be better off. So I'd ask you to make a $1.4 million investment to make sure that small businesses in the state of Colorado and ultimately their owners don't pay a higher tax than everyone else in the country.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to reiterate those points in agreement with the good senator from Loveland. This is our bill that's in approps right now. It is something that is a big return on investment with the backdating and allowing these small businesses recoup or recover the tax deductions that they normally received previously. And I think it will be a great boon for small businesses and be their own stimulus. And I look forward to this passing. So I'm an eye on it here today too. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kolker. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the full transparency from the amendment sponsors about this being attached to an existing bill. And I also really appreciate the updated fiscal note information. That's great, using that to create 30B. But it's still a bill. And I think we have had a good chance to look at different proposals and amendments that are attached to bills today. And I would highly recommend that we allow the appropriations process for bills to run its course as we do every year. And I think there's a lot of merit to this bill. I think it's going to get a very thorough vetting by appropriations shortly after we finish House Bill 1329. But with that in mind, I think it should continue to stay with the piece of legislation that's been proposed. And so I need to ask for a no vote on 30B.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 30B? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 30B. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and 30B is lost. Ms. Cole, will you please read Amendment 31?
Amendment 31 by Senators Liston and Lundin.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Amendment 31.
The amendment.
Members, pay close attention. This is just a minor tweak, to the budget. And if you think about this minor tweak to the budget, this will actually save us a lot of money. It will save us more than the supposed cost of moving the money around just a little bit, and in all seriousness. Now then, you look at this and you say, my heavens to bid, $940 million for highway construction projects. Well, it's the old adage, you can pay me now or you can pay me later, because actually this will save us money, because if we move this just a little bit, this $940 million, if we just move this little bit of money, that I'll get into the specifics what it's for. Right now, taking it from the reserves that we have that are barely earning 2%, if not less, when construction costs for concrete and steel and labor and inflation are going up far faster than the 2% that we're earning. If we can front end and get these construction projects done sooner rather than later, we will actually save the taxpayers a lot of money, and it will help that money that we save can ultimately go back into the reserve. In case you're not familiar, we're asking that this be a footnote. I trust in part what the Department of Transportation is doing, but we're suggesting that we do some paving projects on I-25 in and around Colorado Springs, I-25 and State Highway 94, I-25 exit Purcell Boulevard, which I think is in Pueblo, and I-25 at exit 104, which is down in Pueblo County. So, like I say, while at first blush it might seem like my heavens to be, this is an awful lot of money. Like I say, inflation, we all know, the latest figures is like pushing 8%, but construction costs for concrete and steel and labor is running even far higher than the overall inflation rate. So we have the money, and I remember here 2-3 years ago in the same environment, I forget the specific bill number, but it was a highway funding bill. We were trying to front end construction costs of like 1.5 billion, whatever. If we had locked in those costs 3 years ago and had bought the concrete and everything, we would be hundreds of millions of dollars ahead. And that's all I'm proposing right now with Amendment 31, because we can see how these costs are going up significantly. So at first blush, while $940 million just seems like a lot of money, it really, it will save us even more than the $940 million. So I really encourage an aye vote on Amendment 31. Thank you very much.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's take this conversation back to what it might look like in your family. I know that my family is watching the prices at the grocery store, at the gas pump. Everywhere we turn, prices are going through the roof. And it's almost predictable. So I guess the question really is what do you do in that environment? You could certainly just, I'll keep it simple. Let's say your family goes through a jar of peanut butter every week. You know the price that you're paying today, and you know that when you come back next week, you're going to pay more for that same jar of peanut butter. Might you be better off in using some of the money that you have in savings today, that you have in your checking account today, to buy that next 1 or 2 jars of peanut butter that you know are going to go up in cost every single week that you would delay your investment? And really, that's what we're looking at with roads. We know that these things have to be fixed. We know that the potholes, I can tell you where every pothole is between my house and the Capitol. Well, maybe not every, because it's so easy to lose track of them. There are hundreds of potholes that I have to swerve and avoid every single day, but I've got them memorized. There's one that's still there from last summer that I hit, and it knocked my wheel out of alignment, so that was an expensive pothole, but we still haven't fixed it yet. We know these things have to be fixed. We know roads and bridges have to be fixed. We know that we're going to make this outlay in the near future. We can make the investment today at today's costs, or we could leave it in reserves and watch that money, the value of that money, just waste away. We're getting almost nothing for leaving money in reserves. So I would ask to do what each of us does in our family, and that is plan a little ahead. And if we have extra and we can buy ahead before the costs go up, just make that investment today instead of waiting until the costs are increased and we can get less for our money down the road.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Zenzinger, followed by Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Totally get the point around prices and thinking that it might be better to buy 3 jars of peanut butter today in order to save us money down the road. But I don't think of it as being peanut butter. I think of it as being a very expensive Angus beef steak that we are buying now that is going to sit around and rot because we don't have capacity to cook it yet. So it's just going to sit around. We don't have the capacity. We have a labor shortage. We don't have the ability to get to these projects. We also know that we have a transportation commission that prioritizes these projects, although it's very good to know what is on your short list of your favorite projects. We appreciate that. But we are not Congress. We don't do earmarks in this budget, and we really need to leave the prioritization of transportation funding to the Transportation Commission, and it needs to align with our 10-year plan. I would ask respectfully for a no vote.
If only they were beef sticks instead of beef steaks. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I do want to clarify one thing. In all candor, I was not totally consulted. My good colleague, who is not here right now, Senator Lundeen, who I wish well. If you're zooming in or you're watching us, we all wish you well and good health. Hope to see you back tomorrow. Is that if I had my way, I wouldn't say that on these projects that I was proposing on I-25. Certainly, I would be very amenable to opening it up. The good senator from Carbondale, to I-70 and to some of the other important highways around the states. I would be very amenable to have that. So don't think that I'm doing this just for my district, because I'm not, quite frankly. So with that, once again, this is not Angus beef. This concrete and steel can be bought and paid for in the forward market. We could lock in the price and we would still save money. So once again, I urge an aye vote on Amendment 31.
I thought we were talking about peanut butter here, but Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You might have been able to convince me if you had included the front range passenger rail in your amendment, but since it is not there, I'm still going to have to remain a no.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 31? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 31. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and 31 is lost. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to Amendment 32?
Amendment 32 by Senator Priola and member
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move Amendment 32 to the budget.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, Amendment 32 is very straightforward and simple. In prior legislative sessions, we've had discussions about general fund contribution to roads and bridges, CDOT, so on and so forth, the HUTF in, in the budget. This amendment is straightforward in that it has a relatively reasonable number, enough to make a difference to maybe build 3, 4, 5 bridges and overpasses at critical intersections, pave hundreds of miles of lane miles that are desperately needed from the potholes we all see day in and day out on our commutes. And furthermore, this amendment doesn't necessarily benefit one district in the state or other as it honors what we've done here. It simply puts it in the state highway supplemental fund, supplemental additional revenue to CDOT and what they spend out of the HUTF, as well as it allows for, as the good senator from Jefferson County just mentioned, prioritization by the Transportation Commission. So it takes their existing priorities that they've worked on through a lot of consultation and stakeholdering, so on and so forth, and it simply gives them an additional $100 million. I think we're all cognizant of the fact that prices are increasing, so on and so forth. So I don't think this is a large enough amount of money that it will impact the fact that they simply won't be able to find people to do the work, but I think it will be a strong buffer in helping get maybe an additional project or two done that might have to be pushed out a separate year. But my main point in running this amendment is to continue the conversation year in and year out during the budget of how transportation funding needs to be a priority, one of the priorities of this General Assembly. Think about it, members. If over the last 30 years we'd set aside simply $100 million out of the budget, year in and year out, much like we now do with funding para at the $220 million we set upon with Senate Bill 200, I can't say we would have necessarily roads and bridges paved with gold, but I submit to you that our traffic problems would not be as difficult as they are. Our maintenance problems would not be as difficult as they are. And I think the voters and taxpayers of the state of Colorado would be a lot happier with all of us. So with that, again, I reiterate my request for a yes vote on Amendment 32 to the budget, House Bill 1329.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 32? Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we request a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 32. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and 32 is lost. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to Amendment 33?
Amendment 33 by Senator Sonnenberg.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 33. Now, members, as you look at Amendment 33, it looks somewhat complicated because it's 4 pages long. But let me go through on this process to have you better understand how this works. Madam Chair of the Capital Development Committee and myself, as long with others in this bicameral committee, spend a year and some of us decades, well, decade, I've been there a long time, I guess, just not decades, not plural, traveling the state, looking at the state's assets, hearing presentations on a regular basis from both state agencies as well as higher ed, including OSPB. And as we look at these assets then it's our charge to take the requested list and prioritize that list from everything that we have learned. We submit that list to the Joint Budget Committee, as we did this year. And that list, then the Joint Budget Committee has the option to move up that list and draw the line. And that's the way it normally works. This one was a little different. This year they decided to cherry pick a little bit. But what I'm telling you is, even if they cherry pick and they think some others are higher priorities, I'm telling you this is the year that we make the cognizant decision to move forward on these much needed projects. And that's why the Capital Development Committee proposes this amendment. And as you'll notice, on page 4 of this amendment, this doesn't come out of the general fund. This comes out of the Revenue Loss Restoration Cash Fund. Currently, in that fund sits $966 million. That's after the transfers we've already taken out of that fund. Now is the time to make these changes, these capital investments, and I'm going to let the Madam Chairwoman of that committee go through what was cut out and why they are important.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were a number of projects that were moved, and I appreciate the good senator from Sterling providing that background about how the Capital Development Committee works. Among the things that were removed from our priority list, things that were higher up on the list include kitchen improvements to the Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo, so SIMHIP, a human services project, which on their original list was their priority number 4. We felt it was also important to have those kitchen improvements. That's a $20 million project. Also, the University of Colorado Denver, UCD, the building infrastructure replacement and renovation, that's in dire need of upgrades. It's older building and needs significant improvements. That's a $25 million project. That also was removed. Then there's the Hearst Hall lab renovation. It's a capital renewal project, but probably used to be controlled maintenance at Western Colorado University. That project also is an environmental sciences renovation of the building where they need to address the electrical and HVAC, I think, in that building. It's old and it's hard to have a state-of-the-art lab for environmental sciences when the infrastructure is so old. Pikes Peak Community College is the first responders education something, there's another E in there. But it would be a state-of-the-art Western regional education center for first responders, so EMS and law enforcement and fire, to train. And we would draw people from all over the country because there are multiple of these back east, but we don't have anything in the Western region. And they are desperate for training space because they're operating out of Fort Carson for some of their work right now. Adams State University Central Technology Building, that is, it's their tech building, and you wouldn't believe all the cables and wires that are exposed in that building wandering around along the walls and the floors and under chairs and desks in hallways, and that building is a total mess as well. Colorado School of Mines is looking to renovate a very old library. And in the agriculture world, there's an insectary. How many of you knew we even had an insectary in Colorado? But yes, I believe it. I believe it that our good senator from Montrose would know about that. But it's a pretty cool building, and they provide a lot of benefit to our agricultural world in terms of addressing insect infestations and looking to find and identify helpful insects that can help. And they even will respond to individual people in Colorado. If you have some kind of insect problem in your garden or houseplants or whatever, they will help you mitigate it, and they're operating in what looks like a 50s Quonset hut. Transportation, automated weather observing stations, $450,000. It's to install 3 new automated weather observing stations because it's so mountainous and so tight in southwest Colorado that they don't have a good read on the weather, and it's hard to predict where the storms are going to dump or rain, and then provide for road closures and et cetera. Human Services, Denver Youth Services, transitional housing, also incredibly important with our youth when we are transitioning them out of facilities and working their way back to the public. History Colorado, Grant Humphreys Mansion, exterior renovation. The building is crumbling on the outside and the weather is having detrimental effects. This is a revenue generator for the state. They do events there, and it's hard for them to function and run events when there's so much cleanup to do on the outside. And it's become capital renewal because it's now over $2 million because we've let it go for so long. So it's capital renewal. And then the final item is controlled maintenance level 3, which was $26 million. We, as far as I know, have never put controlled maintenance level 3 on a project list because we just don't have the funding to do it. It's incredibly rare to put controlled maintenance 2 on, which we did. But level 3 is unheard of, and even JBC cut it down to $16 million. Cut it down to $16 million, so they removed $10 million. But then also they pulled up 2 projects that were below the line that we believe are also important, but it's hard to cover everything. And so we too had to draw the line. So we think these projects are incredibly important. There are health safety issues, there are workforce issues, there are institutional projects, and we think they're very important to the state, and we think we should fund them.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one thing I'd like to add, in this process, we tried to be fair with everybody. As you notice with the Joint Budget Committee's list, all of a sudden, Adams State University from San Luis Valley, Pikes Peak Community College from Colorado Springs, Western Colorado University from Gunnison were cut out of the list. Before funding 2 projects for any higher ed institution, we tried to make sure each higher ed institution that put a project forward got funded. With that said, we also did much more for the state agencies that don't have near the opportunity to have funding available to do their controlled maintenance. Members, this is important, and it's important that we do it this year before those inflationary costs, this year when we have money sitting in a fund that we can utilize. And interestingly enough, the Joint Budget Committee, in their infinite wisdom, funded $350 million out of this list that you will see on House Bill 1340 out of the same fund. We're asking to take another $140 million and put it with that $350 million so that we can fund a list to do it right and do it now. Ask for your aye vote.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to add that while we appreciate that the total number is a larger number than we would typically expend towards capital construction, very little of it is coming out of our general funds. The way it is set up right now, it's over $5 million capital construction funds. The rest of it is out of the, I can never remember what it's called, the Revenue Loss Restoration Cash Fund, which also is unheard of. But that means we're using federal dollars to take care of a significant portion of what's on this list, and 5 million, about 1%, is coming from our state funds. So we feel confident that we can get the rest of this list over the line to benefit the entirety of the state and all of our institutions of higher ed. So they have a project done that was a top priority for them, as well as continuing on with the list for our departments and agencies that are also desperate for funding. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm supportive of this, but I wanted to take the opportunity for pointing out the insectary. I hope it doesn't bug you that we put money into that.
Hey.
But let me tell you the value of it. I have used that facility for about 15 years. And what I've used it for, we all talk about water quality and water quantity. And I have used the beetle that they raise at that facility to kill tamarisk trees. And for those of you who do not know, that phreatophyte, as they want to call it, that's the big boy's name for it, or tamarisk to me. But I've had areas that where there's more than 1,000 trees in an acre along the river. What the tamarisk does, an adult tamarisk uses 160 gallons of water per day. 160 gallons of water a day. Put that time 1,000 trees. And then you multiply that by the thousands of acres that's involved. And frankly, we were talking about Lake Powell. And the waters between Colorado and Lake Powell are loaded with tamarisk. They're so thick you can't crawl through. But just as important as the water consumed, the tamarisk, in the fall, it drops its leaves. And what is one of the major components of the leaf? Salt. So we are talking water quality, and this is just one of the many things in this bill that, but I'm really in support of it because frankly, looking at a lot of the construction industry right now, construction costs are increasing by the rate of about 30%. We want to talk about 7% inflation. The construction industry is 3 to 4 times that. So this is money well spent. Rather than draw 2% on your investment, let's spend the money we have now and save the money down the road. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and really appreciate this discussion today. We've I just want to start with a huge thank you to the Capital Development Committee. I had a chance to serve on CDC when I first started in the House. It is important, vital work, and a big part of our responsibility as a General Assembly, and a huge thank you to our current CDC for their great work. We bring forward in this long bill discussion the highest level of capital spending that we've ever done in the state of Colorado. The list that we originally received from the CDC was at just over $500 million. The proposal in front of you is at $356 million. I have no doubt that everything on that list is needed, is urgent, but part of our responsibility, of course, at the JBC is to present you a balanced budget, one that is balancing different areas and making sure that we're prepared for any downturns in the future. And that is really what we had to do in this case, as we do every single year. So I have no doubt that we could spend $500+ million on the entire list, and that it could be very well spent. I think the due diligence that the CDC did was terrific, but we had to come with a lower number to balance this budget this year. So we came in, again, at a historically high level, $356 million, and the JBC had two other considerations that we needed to look at, and that was the operational viability of two of the Department of Corrections sites. And so BVCF, Buena Vista Correctional Facility, and AVCF, Ark Valley Correctional Facility, had two capital renewal projects that were involved with critical infrastructure at those sites, including sanitary sewer lines and critical drains and toilet drains at Ark Valley, that if those pieces of infrastructure were to fail, we could lose the ability of those facilities to operate. And that would have a huge negative impact on the state budget, because then we'd be looking at temporary or medium-term alternatives for those inmates, which would be extremely expensive and have a big impact on our state budget and forcing an emergency spend. So that's essentially what we did. We had to come in at 352, and we brought up 2 of the projects from the Department of Corrections to make sure that we didn't have any operational issues. And with that, I hope that we do not adopt Amendment 33.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me explain to you why the last discussion with regard to the 2 corrections line items that they pulled up. When we had our meetings, Department of Corrections came before us and gave us their priority list. And we funded 1, 2, and 3 of their priority list. Human Services brought their list. We funded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of their priority list. When it got to JBC, for some reason, JBC decided to maneuver their priority list, lower some, take some, and move these up. Now, there's no question that corrections, and those 2 corrections that are 4 and 5 that they wanted moved up the list, are important. But we felt we had to draw the line as well. Given the amount of money that we have in that fund, it'd take us about $20 million extra to fund those 2. I'm okay doing that. So let's take another $20 million, add it to this amendment, and we'll fund those 2 corrections with what JBC or with what CDC put forward, and then we'll both be happy. $966 million left in that fund. Think about that as you cast your vote. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion regarding Amendment 33? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 33. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. Amendment 33 is lost. Ms. Cole, will you please read Amendment 34?
Amendment 34 by Senator Sonnenberg, amend Green Gross Bill, page 562, line 14, strike this amount.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I withdraw Amendment 34 and 35. Are those my next 2? I withdraw them both. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Then there were 2.
Ms. Cole, will you please read? So Amendment 35 and 36 have been, 34 and 35 have been withdrawn. Ms. Cole, will you please read Amendment 36?
Amendment 36 by Senator Henriksen.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is a $5.9 million investment in the state fair. It specifically is an investment in shovel-ready projects that improve the fairgrounds themselves, specifically as it relates to accessibility of the fair for those who are bringing livestock to the fair that they are going to be showing at the fair, and also increases the experience for ADA visitors of the state fair as well. It also is part of the long-range plan for the state fair. So these are long-term, I would say permanent investments in the state fair for its long-term permanence as an institution of the state in Pueblo.
Would you please move your
And
amendment?
I move the amendment and ask for an aye vote. Amendment 36.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Hendrickson. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to move a substitute amendment, Amendment L36B. You don't have to read it. I'll just read it myself. It'll be move the state fair from Pueblo to Weld County. I withdraw my motion.
There you go. Out of order, Senator Liston.
Oh, sorry.
Senator, because Senator Liston, if you would have moved it to Weld County, I would have allowed that substitute. I'm sorry, if you would have moved it to Denver, then I would have, allowed that substitute motion to proceed. But here we are. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was speaking with the good senator from Pueblo earlier about this amendment, and my understanding was the shovel-ready projects were to actually dig up the state fair and move it to Arapahoe County, and I told him, no, the state fair belongs in Pueblo, but I understand he made some changes before final introduction so that this does keep it in Pueblo, so I encourage a yes vote on this amendment to keep the state fair in Pueblo. Thank you.
Oh, man, here we go. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I looked at the drawings that we received, beautiful, beautiful drawings. I could probably support this amendment if it actually was in the county that has the #1 agriculture county in the state, has more cattle, sheep, and hogs than any other county in the state, more produce than any other county in the state. I could actually probably support it if it actually was going to be in Weld County. And, we probably actually could get the Weld County commissioners to actually fund it and not keep coming to the state and get money for it. Just saying, we're all about local control, and if we're going to do local control, then I think we should, if we're going to support Pueblo's economy with a $5.9 million amendment, then maybe we should start supporting some of our other local counties with a $5.9 million amendment. But I'm just telling you, just saying, in Weld County, they'd probably pay for it themselves.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I somewhat agree with the good senator from Weld County because my observation, there's more BS there than anywhere else.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I read a book about the JBC written in 1976, and there are a couple of pages that talks about the debate on the state fair. So I've been on the JBC 8 years, and we have repeated that same debate every year, almost verbatim. Should we fund it or should we move it? I have a solution. Let's make it an enterprise, and then we have absolutely no transparency, and we'll never have to talk about it again.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 36? I think everything that could have been said has already been said. So all those in favor of Amendment 36, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and Amendment 36 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read Amendment 37?
Amendment 37 by Senator Kolker, amend re-engross bill, page 600.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 37.
To the amendment.
This amendment is for an appropriation to Arapahoe Community College for their Health Innovation Simulation Center. It's actually part of the shovel-ready project that should be complete by spring of 2023. During COVID, we've experienced a shortage in medical professionals. This bill, this amendment, and this innovation center will help support the increase in the square footage and the training to train more students in healthcare careers at Arapahoe Community College. The total project's $15 million. We're asking for $5 million to help complete the project, increase the square footage, and transform the center's classrooms with improved ventilation to allow for transitional outdoor classrooms, and enhance the center with top-of-the-line equipment and technology. So I asked for an aye vote on this as part of our expanding our workforce, our community colleges. I think it's a great amendment, and please vote yes.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that the good senator from Arapahoe County will represent ACC after redistricting, but as of right now, ACC is still in my Senate district. And so I would like to say, on behalf of all of the folks who want to become nurses in this state, on behalf of a school that wants to train them, on behalf of the folks out there who are taking someone to go see some nurses right now, I would say please vote aye on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And members, this is a wonderful proposal. Clear need. Unfortunately, it has completely truncated the review process that we have here at the General Assembly, and I therefore need to ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was out of the chamber for a while, just returned and realized that Amendment 37 is the last amendment in our amendment packet. So I thought I would come up and talk a little bit about the state constitution. Or something. I appreciate what the folks at Arapahoe Community College have done. My younger son attended there. I think that's a great campus. Really appreciate the relationship that they have built with Douglas County, and frankly, I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 37. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment 37 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read Amendment 28?
Amendment 28 by Senator Fenberg, amend re-engross bill, page 437, line 7.
I'm sorry, Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 28.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, apologies for going out of order, but this is, I think, an important amendment and is something that is responsive to the current world that we have found ourselves living in when it comes to wildfires. And I think the reality has gotten much more serious since the governor's budget amendment was submitted and since some of the work that JBC has done, and that's why I wanted to make sure I added this into the discussion. Amendment 28 adds $3 million for aviation resources in the Division of Fire Prevention. I don't know if you have looked on Twitter or kind of read the Denver Post or anything in the last hour or so, but another fire has broken out in my district. It is, from what I can tell, it is less than a mile from the NCAR fire that broke out a couple of weeks ago. We clearly no longer have a fire season. We have a fire years maybe. It is not the normal fire season as we used to think about it. But our resources, in the way we sort of allocate those resources and get contracts and leases to fight these fires, still sort of follows this thinking that we have a fire season. So what this amendment does is it responds to that reality that we are living in, provides $3 million to the aviation resources in the Division of Fire Prevention, and it really provides that money that would do three things. Number one, it increases the two existing single-engine aircraft contracts that we have from 240 days to 300 days each. So going from 240 to 300, which would actually ensure, I think for the first time ever, that Colorado would have at least one seat available 365 days. So not just seasonal, we would have access to one the whole year. It adds a new contract for an air attack platform, which coordinates the multiple aviation resources that often come out for a bad fire. These are often unavailable at times when we really need it because of the demand on them in the region. And then most importantly, it expands dispatch. And by that, I mean there's currently no mechanism for effectively dispatching aviation and ground resources during the entirety of what is now the year-round fire season. And what that means is that we currently rely on the interagency dispatch system, which is actually staffed during normal business hours and only seasonally. So if there's a fire outside of the 9 to 5 business hours or on a Saturday or a Sunday, there is nobody there at dispatch to coordinate and have these aircraft resources go to the fire. To give you a sense of what this means on the ground in the NCAR fire the other day, I went up on my roof to watch the fire and to hope that I could see somewhere in the distance an airplane coming to save what was happening. If every single second felt like a lifetime, of course. It felt long before aircraft got there. It was long, and that is because when the state called in to dispatch and said, there's a fire, we need support, we need air support to help put this out, it took an hour to get a hold of somebody that could even go to dispatch those planes. So not an hour to fly there, an hour to even get a hold of somebody, because they only work 9 to 5 during the week when it's out of fire season. So this would expand that to ensure that we have dispatch staffing 24/7 and fill that gap in the off season, which is now obviously not an off season, as we've seen just today that we have another fire in Boulder County. But I think this is happening all over the state and will continue to happen. So I think this is a very important amendment. It is not to question the work of the JBC or the Division of Fire Prevention, but really to, we identified a gap here that became more and more relevant because of the NCAR fire and because of the Marshall fire, and making sure that we have resources year-round to an extent, instead of just during the so-called fire season. So hopefully folks can support this, and I urge an aye vote.
Thank you, Senator Fenberg. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I would tell you that indeed there is more money needed for making sure seats are available, and I have argued for years that seats are more viable than that 747 they used to have here, that we could employ and have in contract a number of seats located around the entire state on contract on standby. I'm not arguing against this, but I want it on the record so when someone listens to this, that's another option. That we utilize more standby seats, single engine air tankers. There are a couple of companies up in my district that do this. The one that has the contract for 2 is from my district. But there are so many more that could help in the San Luis Valley, southeastern Colorado. As you work forward on this, Mr. President, I would urge you to keep in mind, I'm going to support this, but I would urge you to keep in mind and help drive that ship that we have options for more seats and should allow more seats to be on standby so that those people that tell the planes where to go have more than one to get out of bed to tell where to go. Thank you.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, very well said, Mr. President, and I think we share that. Who would have thought in 20, when there were 4 big fires in my district, that your district would be so hit this year? So we need to do everything we can. I mean, we are behind the curve, but we're catching up fast. We have the ability to detect fires much better than we did 2 years ago, a few hundred more this year. And we need to help our local fire departments in every way we can. We've had bills this year to do that, to get them resources. So, you know, we cannot overemphasize this, that just the dollar trade-off for having enough resources to detect fires, put them out, mitigate for them in advance. I mean, the payoff is, you know, if you do a cost-benefit analysis, there's really no issue here. So, you know, it's really important that we do this. If this bill were to pass here, I think we would give it really serious consideration in the conference committee. I ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader Holbert.
With all due respect to the misguided member of our caucus who serves on Joint Budget Committee, I actually rise in support of the amendment. Down in Douglas County a few years ago, we had a resident who had a Huey helicopter. And it was redesigned to be able to respond very quickly, get into rural areas, drop a bucket into a pond, and put out fires quickly. Some of the residents who lived around the property where the Huey landed decided that they didn't like the helicopter landing and taking off very close to downtown Castle Rock. And zoning pushed that resource outside of downtown Castle Rock. The operator of that helicopter demonstrated over and over again that really bad fires didn't happen when they were put out in minutes. 15 minutes, 20 minutes after the fire was discovered, that helicopter could be over the site dropping water on it, and a little fire didn't turn into a big fire. My wife and I have lived for 19 years next to a very large swath of undeveloped grassland. And when the Marshall Fire happened, we both looked at each other and just, wow, that could be us. I mentioned before, I'm not a big fan of 4th of July fireworks, not because I don't want to celebrate freedom and liberty and the independence of our nation, but because I live in a neighborhood that's surrounded by undeveloped grassland. And one little spark drops out there, and the whole place could be gone. When the NCAR fire started, I started to see announcements, and I actually texted my friend, the president, and my friend from Superior, Louisville area, wanted to know if everybody was okay. I'm an hour away, but I could be there if you need me, or if the president needed to bring his family and his daughter down to Douglas County, our door was open. Because when those fires happen, it's too late to talk about equipment. So I voted no in years past about creating our own firefighting Air Force, buying equipment, but I'm going to be a yes. I just want to thank the president for bringing the amendment, and I think this is something we can agree on. Thank you, Mr. President.
President Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Sterling, to the minority leader, and even to the senator from Rankin, or from Carbondale, from Rankinville, even though he asked for a no vote. In all seriousness, though, thank you for the support and the words to the senator from Sterling. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think we need to be doing everything. We need to be thinking about, without ego, are the things we've done in the past the right way to do, or should we think differently? That day when I was on my roof and I was watching part of my community burn, and just in my head just thinking, wow, this could get bad. It was a 1/10 of a mile from homes. And, you know, the Marshall Fire was not far from there. And I had family that were already evacuated, and it just felt like we were reliving it. I was praying for somebody to show up, and somebody came. A seat came, and it came from Sterling. And I thank to God for whoever that person is. You may know him or her. They, I think, genuinely saved lives that day, and saved a good portion of my community. So whoever you are, perhaps the senator from Sterling is about to tell us who it is, thank you, because your fast response was incredibly appreciated. Can't even describe it, right? But this is the reality we live in, and we can put politics aside. We can talk about climate change, not talk about climate change, I don't care. At the end of the day, when people are in need, we need to make sure we're set up to help them in those urgent crises and in those emergencies. We also have to do a lot to mitigate and make sure we don't have these mega fires, but that's a different discussion for another day. This, I think, helps. It provides more of that 24/7, year-round support. It's not going to solve the problem, but it does help. And this is not an amendment to say I'm doing something for my district. This is an amendment that I think affects all of us. And we should keep discussing what the need is. The number doesn't need to be this number, but looking forward to having that conversation with the JBC in conference committee or in future legislation or what have you, whatever it needs to be. But I'm glad that it seems like we're finding common ground that this is something we absolutely have to address. So thanks.
Kind of ominous that as you're speaking, Senator, there was an emergency siren driving by. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to stoop to a new level of low. Since the President brought up the company in Sterling, which are very close friends of mine, I want to let you know that they and I are actually working on a day to bring legislators out and watch them work both in their aerial application, and we're going to do that in May. Just keep that in your mind. Thank you for bringing it up and opening the door, and I apologize if I'm getting fined for bringing that up.
No fines. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 28? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 28. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 28 is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1329. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes, y'all, the ayes have it. And 1329 is adopted. Is there anything else?
Yes, I got it.
Yep.
Orbitals.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you. What's that? Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1333?
House Bill 1333, Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning an increase in the minimum wage for nursing facility employees and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you. Members, we're going on to orbitals. We'll move fast through these. If you want to say something, be ready to go. Senator Zenzinger.
I move House Bill 1333, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1333. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 1333 is adopted. The clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 1334.
House Bill 1334, Representatives Harrod, Senator Zenzinger, concerning the collection of an administrative fee from an agency that receives commodities through a food distribution program.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1334, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1334. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1338?
House Bill 1338, Representative Harrod, Senator Hansen, concerning modification of the manner in which specified motor vehicle-related functions of the Department of Revenue are funded and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1338 on second reading, and I do have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L001?
Amendment L001 by Senator Hansen.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members. A little bit unusual to have an amendment on an orbital, but we did have some lengthy discussion in the last few days about a way to adjust this bill that would give us some more flexibility in the future. Essentially, L001 makes it a one-year diversion from HUTF and doesn't put that in place on an ongoing basis. We think this will get us through this fiscal year, and then we'll have a chance to look at different funding options for this bill. And I urge your adoption of L001.
Is there any further discussion of L001? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L001. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. L001 is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion of House Bill 1338, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1338. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 1338 is adopted. The clerk please read the title to House Bill 1339.
House Bill 1339, Representative Harrod and McCluskey, Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning the Colorado Drives Vehicle Services account of the Highway Users Tax Fund and in connection therewith, merging the licensing services cash fund into the account and requiring account investments earnings to be credited to the account.
Senator Rankin.
I move, thank you, Mr. Chair, I move House Bill 1339.
Is there any discussion of 1339? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1339. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. House Bill 1339 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1340 to Friday, April 8th.
The motion is to lay over 1340. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill will lay over until Friday. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1341?
House Bill 1341, Representatives Herod and McCluskey, Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning measures to ensure that the marijuana tax cash fund is in balance.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1341, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1341. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1343?
House Bill 1343, Representative McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Hansen and Rankin, concerning state revenue retained and spent under the authority conferred by the voter-approved revenue change referendum C.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of House Bill 1343 on second reading.
Seeing no further discussion, and on House Bill 1343, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1343. All those in favor say and aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1337? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1337 to Friday, April 8th.
Motion is to lay over 1337 to Friday. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill will lay over. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 184?
Senate Bill 184, Senators Fenberg and Pedersen, Representatives Esgar and Tipper, concerning authority for a member of the General Assembly to be absent during the legislative session without forfeiting compensation.
And absent from the podium, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 184.
Do the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment. I'd like to call this the Sonnenberg Amendment.
There is an amendment coming to the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L001 from Senator Fenberg?
Amendment L001.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L001.
It is the Sonnenberg Amendment, however. Thank you. That is moved to the amendment.
Thank you.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This does just simply take out the safety clause and replaces it with a petition clause. The good senator from Sterling promised me when I did this he would be a champion for this bill. It was discussed in committee, and there really is not a need for a safety clause, so I thought he had a good point and wanted to change it to a petition.
Senator, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L001, known as the Sonnenberg Amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Sonnenberg. Champion, Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've had a brief conversation and talked with the President in committee. One of my concerns with this bill, and let me start by preface it by saying I think it's important that we allow mothers and fathers to bond with their children or have that leave when they need it. We're in a little different scenario here from my perspective. There's roughly, 180,000 people that depend on us to vote on their behalf. What I suggested was, rather than making them come here, perhaps we install in statute or put in statutes something with regard to remote. I think I could be supportive of that. You know, even though I opposed remote from the beginning, it has proven useful and it has worked better for most of you that don't have rural internet issues like myself. But it actually works somewhat well, and I think it would help us, and I think we should be cognizant of those constituents that if someone, a father or a mother, takes leave during session, that those people will not have their voice. I'm looking for us to come to a solution. I don't have one with me. I've had that conversation with the president. I don't know what the answer is, but that would make more sense. Until we do that, I'm unwilling to leave those 180,000 or 360,000, if there's two of them, whatever that may be, without a voice here at the Capitol. Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sonnenberg. It's cool. It's cool, man. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments from the good senator from Sterling. We had a good conversation in committee, I think, as well. I think it's a good point. The only thing I want to clarify, though, on this is this bill actually isn't about if someone can be absent from a legislative session and not be down here every day taking votes representing their constituency. This is about compensation, right? And so I think it's a good point, and I think it is part of an evolving conversation on remote participation and all of that. However, current statute really says you can only take time off and still get paid if it's a long-term illness. I joked in committee that I don't think having a child is a long-term physical illness. It might be a psychological illness to choose to have children, but just joking. I think that landed just as well as it did in committee. But thanks, Mr. Chair. But no, in all seriousness, we are not each other's bosses. We can't say, you have to come to work every day from January to May. We can't do that. We can mark you absent, and frankly, no one would ever know or care probably, but we all take it very seriously when that happens. But this really is only about compensation, and current statute really only kind of allows it for long-term illness. So this isn't saying that everybody, when they have a child and they're in session, that they should take 12 weeks off and not do any work. I think even when someone does take that time off or some time off for parental leave in this session, I think they're still working. They might not be here physically every day, but they're still clearly working on things, and there are other duties that we do from day to day as a legislator. This is simply saying you shouldn't automatically get your pay docked because you took that time to be with your new child. So agreed to the good senator from Sterling in many ways, but I just want to add that nuance that this really is not about whether you have to be here or don't have to be here. It's simply about compensation and when you automatically, by law, get your pay taken from you, because that's really the only thing within our authority to mandate someone show up for work, because we're not each other's bosses. So I think it's a good discussion. I think it's going to evolve over the years, but I'm excited to get this done to make sure this institution continues to be more accessible and inclusive, and say that we welcome people from all types of backgrounds at every stage of their life and their creation of a family to serve and represent down here at the Capitol.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to vote yes on this bill. And it's primarily because I went to look at the statute in this past session to just check. It took me a while to find it with some help from our chief of staff. I did. We had a bill recently where we talked about life and bringing life into this world. It's troubling to me that our current statute refers, as the president indicated, to long-term illness and classifying parenthood in those early days and weeks as a long-term illness. That's not the way I see it. I think, too, that it's worth us considering that if a member took this leave, that he or she might be at risk of what his or her constituents might think.
Our constituents can recall us for anything. Anything. A vote, a word spoken, not being at work. So I think that members in the future who might look at this opportunity would need to think very carefully. Do their constituents support this decision, and for how long? I think it's worth noting as leader of a caucus that in the years that I was in the majority, 2 in the House, 4 in the Senate, all of those majorities were based on a 1-vote majority. And if a member weren't here for an extended period of time, that majority would not have existed. This is not a simple matter for members who serve in the General Assembly. I think a few members, 2 that I can think of on the majority side of the aisle, have had children in recent sessions. And it might be easy to say, oh, this is a one-party discussion. I think it's not. I think that the likelihood of close majorities between the 2 chambers in the future exists, and that if a member went to his or her Senate or House leadership and say, hey, I'm expecting a child and I'm not going to be there for an extended part of the session, there might be a decision or might be encouragement, you need to do what's best for your family, but we need to do what's best for the caucus and the state. Maybe leaving the General Assembly would be a better answer. That too is an option. But if the member were to decide, if this were to become law, to take this opportunity, again, the accountability ultimately is to his or her constituents, not to the other members of this chamber. And I think that's where the accountability needs to be, and I think it's time that the General Assembly recognize parental leave, childbirth, in a way different than long-term illness. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 184. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
Here we go. Move, upper room.
good stuff left in there? That's better for me. Those are the bomb. So good. Highly recommend. James, you're right.
Hey.
So is Robert's. Faith and Robert both have assemblies right now. That's it.
Well, they're gonna just be late for their assemblies.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met, had a number of bills under consideration, including one very long bill. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 184 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered and engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1329 is amended. House Bill 1333, House Bill 1334, House Bill 1338 is amended. House Bill 1339, House Bill 1341, House Bill 1343, passed on second reading and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1340, House Bill 1337 laid over until 4/8/2022, retaining their place on the calendar.
Will the clerk please add Senator Lundin to the roll? It's a clever trick you did there, Senator Lundin. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome, Senator Lundin. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. I assume there are amendments at the desk. Look, there's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 001?
Cal Amendment 001. Senator Coleman, move to amend the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal 001.
Is to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is once again regarding the Community Revitalization Fund that was established with the passage of Senate Bill 252 last year. Again, this program funded projects across the state, and the initial $65 million of funding for the Community Revitalization Program has been entirely depleted. The Community Revitalization Grant Program funded 34 diverse development projects across the state, and these are all projects waiting in the pipeline. With an additional infusion, this would make a big impact for organizations across the state. There are nearly 50 projects in the pipeline, and we are asking for an aye vote on this CAL. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we were to fund all the projects in the pipeline, it would be over $99 million. So we're not being greedy here. We just kind of split the baby. Appreciate an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Cow Amendment 001? Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I realize with the Cow amendments, we're going to have a little bit of repetition here, and that's okay. The Cow amendments are the ones that folks want to spend a little bit more time on, as is appropriate. Unfortunately, those still need to ask for a no vote on this Cow amendment. You know, the source of the funds, the size of the change here, pretty significant, and a number of these requests are being considered in some other legislative vehicles, as well as decisions being made on the ARPA funds. And so I would ask for a no vote on this Cow amendment.
The question before the body is the adoption of Amendment Cow 001 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Jaquez Lewis, Donovan, Zenzinger, Hansen, Rankin, Lee, Winter, Kolker, Rodriguez, Bridges, Story, please add the president. Buckner. Chenal. With a vote of Gonzalez. Did you get Gonzalez? With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Cow Amendment 001 is passed. There is another amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 002?
Cal Amendment 002. Senator Gonzalez, move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Gonzalez Fuller Amendment.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I move Cal 002 to 1329.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, you may remember this discussion from a bit earlier today. This pertains to Amendment 5, which is the collaborative management program that is located within the Office of Children, Youth, and Families within the Department of Human Services. This is for systems-involved young people and their families to ensure that when folks are systems involved, and by systems I mean the juvenile justice system, the child welfare system, folks who have behavioral or mental health issues, making sure that they have partnerships between the Department of Human Services at the state level, the counties, and the local agencies to make sure that these folks are getting the support and the care and the progress that they need. This program exists in 51 counties here in the 22-23 fiscal year, and we are grateful to the Budget Committee for allocating a $500,000 allocation. Amendment 5 allocates an additional $2 million in general funds because the last time that they had a significant increase in their funding was in 2015, back when there were only 23 counties participating. We've seen that these preventative services actually do so much work in terms of being able to produce better outcomes for young people. By bringing folks together who work at these different agencies, whether we're talking about juvenile courts, probation departments, school districts, health and hospital authorities, community mental health centers, and all these different types of agencies together in the service of these young people, I do ask for an aye vote on this COW 002.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we don't argue the value of the program by any means, but the JBC already did increase this program by 10%, which is significant. And with this amendment, we would be increasing this line item 44.4%. And so we would respectfully ask for a no vote on this COW. Thank you.
Question before the body is the adoption of Amendment 2 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Zenzinger, Bridges, Hansen, Hawkes-Lewis, Rankin, Buckner. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be marked a yes on that amendment, please.
Nope. Senator Bridges will be marked as a yes on COW 2.
Thank you.
Liston. Sorry about that. With a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, COW Amendment 2 is passed. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read COW Amendment 3?
COW Amendment 3, Senators Corman Rodriguez move to...
Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move COW Amendment 3. Colleagues, this was amendment number 5 on the floor about the unregulated...
How about number 9?
Oh, number 9. Sorry, we just did 5. My bad. Both the same as that one. Originally, amendment number 9. As some of the discussion that happened, that this is intoxicating hemp THC products that are unregulated and unsupervised that could be sold to children and people, and we are looking for a aye vote on this COW to get this regulated and get some enforcement under the AG's Office for Enforcement of this drug, and if anybody, to regulate the cannabinoids.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm actually going to. You heard a great testimony from the minority leader. Did an outstanding job. I call him a convert because I do remember a few years ago that he didn't have those feelings and came forward with the benefits of the hemp oil and regarding seizures. But this is a situation where astute business people have used science and technology to take a product that hemp is described as 0.03% THC, but you can actually, right here in this city, buy hemp products that are 10%. 10%, 30 times the legal amount of what is called hemp. It's not regulated. To buy marijuana, you have to be at a certain age. A 10-year-old can go into a convenience store and buy this product. And it is vital that it be regulated because on 10% THC, as I said earlier, you get higher than a kite. So ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Cannabinoids.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I would ask for no vote on this COW amendment. The marijuana tax cash fund has been highly appropriated, as folks may be aware.
Highly
It's,
appropriate.
it's fully baked. I think that's right. I think that's exactly right. So I think the other thing I would point out is the Department of Law did not bring this to anyone's attention, apparently until amendment time. And this would have been a good, they were clearly having munchies. And so we really need to, I also think about the process here. We would have not really had a chance to evaluate this. Is it the right size? Is it the right focus? We don't know. The marijuana tax cash fund, as I said, is it the right venue for this? A lot of unanswered questions. Appreciate the discussion in the amendment, but please vote no on this cow amendment.
Senator Zenzinger.
Just as a correction, we would like a no, 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 no.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am going to channel Senator Court. People, 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 it's for the children.
Not bad. Question before the body is the adoption of Amendment 3 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Jaquez Lewis, Majority Leader Moreno, Zenzinger, Hansen, Rankin, Gonzalez, Fields, Buckner, Winter. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Cow Amendment 3 is passed. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow 4?
Cal 4, Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal 4. Cal number 4, members, is also your amendment number 4. And what it did was allowed us to put an extra $100,000 into the AgNext Climate Change Program. For a refresher, that AgNext Climate Change Program is industry partnering with with Colorado State University and their research team to figure out how to have sustainable agriculture in an environment where the climate is an issue with livestock and how to navigate that. I would ask for your support to continue to help agriculture navigate this climate change.
I guess pigs do fly. Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. One time you'll see climate change and agriculture together. Please vote yes.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point 1, this is $100,000. We were throwing around bills with much, much bigger numbers than this without as clear of impact. Point 2, I ask for your support of this cow because Ag Next is the beginning of a conversation that is going to try to address a problem that we need to solve. And that is, there are fewer people ranching, and growing food. There are more people in the world that want to eat that meat and that food, and we have increasing pressures on ag, climate change, rising cost, increasing regulation, and all of those things are being addressed by the Ag Next program to figure out what agriculture looks like in the future so that you guys can continue to have cheap, wonderful, safe food in your grocery stores. I ask for an aye vote on the cow.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate Senator Sonnenberg bringing this back as a cow amendment and letting us focus on his commitment to climate change work. I think the AgNext program has done some great things. I'm glad Senator Sonnenberg really wants to focus on this, and I would turn his attention to Senate Bill 138, where we are going to make a much larger impact and a bigger investment in decarbonizing the ag sector and providing new revenue sources for our producers. And so with that, I ask for a no vote on amendment on the cow amendment.
Senator Hansen, have some respect. He's the senator from Sterling. Not Senator Sonnenberg.
So true. Mr. President, my apologies to the good senator from Sterling.
The other stuff was fine. The question before the body is the adoption of Amendment 4 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Hansen, Zenzinger, Rankin, Majority Leader Moreno, Jaquez Lewis, Danielson, with a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Cow Amendment 4 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 5?
Cow Amendment 5, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 005.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is to Amendment number 15 to demonstrate or to show that it did pass, and would give hope by assisting students and parents with educational expenses such as tuition or fees at public or non-public schools, cost or fees for home-based educational programs, tutoring and academic assessments, tuition fees and other costs related to obtaining a recognized credential, costs for special education services or therapies, and costs for enrichment and other educational programs. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I appreciate some extra time to reconsider this one. I just want to make sure we don't have any euphemisms here. Non-public means private or religious schools. This amendment would allow general fund money to be spent on those entities, and because of the Blaine provision in the Colorado Constitution, that does not work. So we would be making a big mistake by approving this bill that would be focused on vouchers for private schools and religious schools. Please reject this Cow amendment.
The question before the body is the adoption of Amendment 5 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Hansen, Zenzinger, Rankin, Majority Leader Moreno, Bridges, Gonzalez, Rodriguez, Lee, Buckner, Fields, Henriksen, Kolker, Winter, Story, Donovan, Coleman, Jaquez Lewis, Danielson, Pedersen, Janal. Please add the president. With a vote of, that was a distracting whistle. With a vote of 14 ayes, 21 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Cow Amendment 5 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Cow 008?
Cow 008, Senator Liston.
Senator Liston. Senator Liston.
Didn't hear that. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move Cal 008.
To the amendment.
Very good. Members, we had a nice, robust discussion about this goes to Amendment 20, 20, for those at home, Amendment 20. Members, what we're attempting to do here is there's been all kinds of discussion and bills to increase the housing stock. You know, we've seen all kinds of legislation that we need more affordable housing, which I think we all agree on. And for those of you who weren't here, this is in today's Gazette Telegraph. Housing prices have gone to a new high. And part of that reason is that we don't have enough people in the construction trades to build these homes. The carpenters, the plumbers, the draftsmen, the electricians, these homes are not going to be built by themselves. All I'm simply asking is that we take a pittance of $400,000. And why we were passing all of the various amendments, I did a little calculation, and it's already out of date, is that If we took the $400,000 that I'm simply asking for to get people into the construction trades to build these houses that we need, with just already what we've already overruled the good people on the budget committee, it comes to 14th 1,000ths of 1% of what we've already passed today, the $400,000, 14th of 1,000ths of 1%. That's a pittance to get people into the construction trades that we need. And these are not jobs, these are careers. These are careers that people will be out there earning six-figure salaries. The money that we'll get back from their taxes, from their income taxes, will pay for this probably in the first year, in the first half of the year. So with all due respect, I ask for an aye vote on Cow Amendment 008 for the future of Colorado.
Further discussion. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would urge a no vote on Cow Amendment number 8.
The question before the body is the adoption of Amendment Cow 008 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Jaquez Lewis, Coleman, Hansen, Rankin, Zenzinger, Majority Leader Moreno, Fields, Gonzalez, Buckner, Lee, Winter, Janal, Kolker, Rodriguez, Story, Danielson, Pedersen. Please add the president. With a vote of 17 ayes, 18 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Cow 008 is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 009?
Cow Amendment 009, Senator
Senator
Heisman.
Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 009.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment simply states that the previous amendment number 18 did pass. If you will recall, that is our small modular nuclear reactors feasibility study. If you want your lights to come on every single time in the future, and yet you don't want to be putting carbon into the air, you need to vote for this now so that we can be ready when the time is right for Colorado to have these nuclear reactors producing electricity. Urge an aye vote.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and again appreciate the continued focus by my friends across the aisle on climate change. I'm learning new things here every time we get to debate this. And I do appreciate the persistence. I guess this is the fourth time that we're going to get to vote on this, either as a committee or a body. But again, this work has already been done, and Colorado does not need to take $100,000 and do repeated work. Please vote no on this amendment.
The question before the body is the adoption of Amendment 9 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Jaquez Lewis, Coleman, Rankin, Hansen, Zenzinger, Bridges, Majority Leader Moreno, Fields, Gonzalez, Buckner, Lee, Winter, Janal, Story, Kolker, Donovan, Danielson, Pedersen. Please add the president. With a vote of 16 ayes, 19 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 9 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 10?
Cow Amendment 10, Senator Corr, move to amend the report.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the fear of being nuked on this amendment, I'm going to withdraw.
Cow Amendment 10 has been withdrawn.
Mr. President.
Senator Hansen.
Yeah, Mr. President, I think that's called deterrence. I appreciate that withdrawal.
Mutual destruction, right?
Are there any other amendments? Oh, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 11?
Cow Amendment 11, Senator Woodward moved to amend the report of the Committee of the...
Thank you, Mr. President. Turn your document to amendment number 24. Amendment 24, and I should move, and I will move, and I do move Cow 11. Thanks.
To the amendment.
Now that we're all on the same page, Amendment 11 makes it clear that we're listening to the state of Colorado, specifically the business community, which is about to be burdened with a multi-billion-dollar debt and obligation to try to rebuild the trust fund that has disappeared over the last couple of years. I decided to make the vote a little easier and focus on the smaller amount. So this is merely $100 million to refill the unemployment trust fund.
Senator Hansen. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good to have a chance to repeat my request for a no vote on this amendment idea. You know, I think it would be very bad precedent to move $100 million of general fund into this enterprise. I would also point out that this would, if we did this amendment, it would no longer be an enterprise because it would be more than 10% of the income coming in. So this actually breaks the enterprise statute. So it would be a mistake on top of a mistake. Please vote no.
The question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 11. Are there any no votes? Senators Coleman, Hawkes Lewis, Hansen, Zenzinger, Rankin, Moreno, Bridges, Henriksen, Donovan, Fields, Gonzalez, Kolker, Rodriguez, Story, Janal, Buckner, Lee, Winter, Danielson. Please add the president.
$1 billion.
With a vote of 15 ayes, 20 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Cow Amendment 11 is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 12?
Cow Amendment 12, Senator
Senator
Priola.
Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to serve with you. Members, I move Cow Amendment 12 to House Bill 1329.
It was also an honor to serve with you until you repeated the actions of the House. I'm not so sure. Senator Priola, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a simple amendment, $100 million, saying we as a General Assembly want to contribute to roads and bridges in the state of Colorado. It goes straight to their fund. It's Amendment 12. It goes straight to the State Highway Supplemental Fund. And it will be used for projects on the Transportation Commission's list. This doesn't pick and choose which part of the state and make political statements. And furthermore, I'm fully aware that we're going to be spending a lot of federal money coming down the pike, but I still think the principle holds that we as a General Assembly need to affirmatively put some general fund into roads and bridges. If we had done this amount or similar in the prior 30 years, I don't think we'd be in the structural deficit that we are. I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment 12.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is actually amendment number 32, members, but we are already out of balance $583,169,546. So I'm sure you're thinking, what's another 100 million? But I'm going to have to ask for a no.
The question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 12. Are there any no votes? Senators Hawkes Lewis, Coleman, Bridges, Hansen, Zenzinger, Rankin, Majority Leader Moreno, Fields, Gonzalez, Buckner, Lee,
Winter, Janal, Story, Kolker, Henriksen, Rodriguez, Donovan, Danielson. Please add the president. With a vote of 15 ayes, 20 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Cow Amendment 12 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 13?
Cal Amendment 13, Senator
Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move Cal Amendment 13, 1-3, and members for your reading enjoyment to follow along. This is Amendment 31, 3-1 on your list. We had a good, robust discussion on this. Members, this is only 940 million. It's just a rounding error, just a small amount, just 940 million. But actually, this 940 million will actually save us a lot of money because of the spiraling costs of concrete and steel and labor. If we spend just this mere 940 million, then we will be able to really save a lot of money, because right now we're only earning with all the reserve funds and everything we have, we're earning a paltry 1% to 2%, whereas construction costs for concrete and other building materials and labor are going up by double digits, in some cases 15 to 20%. So if we can move this mere 940 million to get it into the pipeline, and I'm not trying to derail what CDOT is doing, this will actually save us money in the long run. So with that, members, I ask for an aye vote on Cal Amendment 13. Thank you very much.
Senator, listen, I missed the dollar amount. You must have moved your head, or can you?
940 million.
Got it, clear. Senator Hansen.
Mr. President, I may be able to help. $940 million. And if you look closely at Amendment 31, now Cow number 11, 10, this is the sort of pork barrel Washington-style politics that I think we need to reject. Here we have the HOV lanes to Colorado Springs, to the Garden of the Gods. All happen to be in El Paso County, folks. So yeah, I think until I get my maglev train to East Denver, I think we should not move forward with this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on lucky number Cow 13, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment 13 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Coleman, Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Hansen, Zenzinger, Majority Leader Moreno, Rankin, Fields, Gonzalez, Rodriguez, Buckner, Winter, Lee, Janal, Kolker, Story, Henriksen, Donovan, Pedersen, Danielson. Please add the president. With a vote of 14 ayes, 21 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, just barely, Cow Amendment 13 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 14?
Cal Amendment 14.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 14. Members, this was Amendment 33 in your packet. This is the CDC, the Capital Development Committee amendment. If you don't pass this amendment, here is what will be left off of the list. History, Colorado's highest priority. Transportation's highest priority. Agriculture's second highest priority. You would eliminate any project for the University of Colorado at Denver. You eliminate any project for the Colorado School of Mines. You eliminate any project from Adams State University. You eliminate any project from Pikes Peak Community College. And you eliminate any project from Western Colorado University in Gunnison. We strategically tried to include everybody. And the next question, will this put us more out of balance? The answer is no, because this doesn't come from the general fund. Ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just, again, want to reiterate my thanks to the CDC for their incredible work this year. They came back to us with a list that was prioritized to the $505 million level. The JBC worked hard to put into the long bill the biggest capital project list that we've ever had at $356 million. And so unfortunately we did have to take some things off. And so I please ask for a no vote on Cal 14.
The question before the body is the adoption of Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I just want to remind you that very, very little of our general fund is going into the capital development construction segment of the budget, and the rest is coming from ARPA funds, and that's where this amendment would draw from as well. So I urge an aye vote on this Cow amendment.
The question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 14. Are there any no votes? Senators Winter, Rodriguez, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Coleman, Majority Leader Moreno, Hansen, Zenzinger, Rankin, Gonzalez, Buckner, Lee, Kolker, Janal. Please add the president. With a vote of I'm not feeling very well. Maybe we should take a senatorial 5. Danielson will be recorded as a no vote. Senator Pedersen, your hand has gone up and down. I'm not sure what your intentions are.
Yes. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. Can you add me as a no as well?
Senator Pedersen will be recorded as a no vote. With a vote of 18 ayes,
Supposed to be 19. We have to flip.
18 ayes, 17 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. Cow Amendment 14 somehow passes. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any? Senator Lundin, are you okay?
The adoption of the Committee of the Whole report still open to debate?
Not really.
I think we find ourselves, Mr. President, if there is room for debate, at an interesting inflection point. As the sponsor of a concurrent resolution several times over the course of my legislative career that would have shortened the session and gone to a biennial budget and referred the budget to the committees of reference, in moments like this where this committee, this Senate has spent, 6 hours working through a budget And a number of amendments have been added and made to the budget. But the question is, were those amendments actually made to the budget? Or will it go to the conference committee, which is the same committee that presents a straw man budget, theoretically, to this body for consideration and return the budget back into the straw man that was originally presented at the beginning of this day? I think it's an interesting governance question. I appreciate and listen to the debate. Quite frankly, my doctor said I should sleep all afternoon, but this was far more interesting than the inside of my eyelids. And I wonder what the budget will actually look like as it comes back from conference committee. And with that, I say thank you, Mr. President, for being recognized to speak at this time.
The question before the body is if I recognize Senator Lundin. But I think I did. The question before the body is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 184 is amended, passed on second reading and order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1329 is amended. House Bills 1333, 1334, 1338 as amended, 1339, 1341, 1343 passed on second reading and order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1340, 1337 laid over until 4/8/2022 and retaining their place on the calendar. Delivery to the governor.
To the governor for signature on Wednesday, April 6, 2022 at 4:40 p.m. Senate Bill 105, 137, and 152.
Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 197, Senators Coleman and Hansen, concerning authorizing alternative governance for innovation school zones.
Education. Announcements. Any announcements? Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, everybody, for a long days of work. I just wanted to give a shout out to the Colorado Avalanche, who did prevail over the Pittsburgh Penguins 2 games in a row. We're still in first place. Go Avs!
Further announcements. Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, after consulting with the leaders, I ask to be marked excused tomorrow.
Senator Donovan will be marked as excused tomorrow. Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. Capital Development Committee will meet tomorrow morning at 7:45. Mimosas for everyone.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. First off, very deep appreciation to our grill master, our colleague from Weld County. Thank you. I was worried about the president grilling, so thank you. Thank you to the senator from Weld County. And with that, I moved the Senate adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow, Thursday, April 7th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the Senate will adjourn until tomorrow at 9 a.m.